Hey, everybody. Katie's ready to go. So glad to have everybody in the building. I see a ton of chats going crazy. This is being simulcast to several of the channels of the panel you see here. If you're watching over with me, I am Kat Knott Williams. In my description, I have a link to all of the other creators, so make sure you check them out. We have a mute, I think. I think Bob ran away. Just a quick intro for anyone that doesn't know me. I am not a lawyer. I am very interested in the criminal justice process. I like making sure that prosecutors prove their case, meet their burden, and I like weird cases trying to figure things out, and I love reading trial transcripts. That's how I started a channel. It's been a great ride ever since. Next to me here, I'm going to kick the intro over to Dana McClendon, who a lot of you might know from Trial and Error podcast. But Dana, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Good evening, and thanks for doing all this. My name is Dana McClendon. I'm co-host of the Trial and Error podcast. I have been an attorney in Tennessee for 33 years. I do criminal cases, domestic cases. I'm a courthouse rat, trials, appeals, Mountain City to Memphis. So, I am podcast partner with Dr. Katie Spirko, and looking forward to doing what we're doing tonight.
All right. Thank you. I'm happy to be here, TNT, Atlanta. And right now, I wouldn't be anywhere else because anytime I hear about corruption, I want to be a part of that. So this case is everything, that and more.
You got to be careful how you word that. You said you want to be part of the corruption.
Part of exposing it.
Yeah, part of it. There we go. There we go.
So
with an
part of exposing. So when I hear about corruption, I'm like, oh, let me take a look at that. So that's what I'm here for. And currently I am covering in Ohio, actually right in my backyard, the Tepe murders. So if anybody is interested in that, we're covering that over there.
Cool beans. Miss Janet. Miss Good Janet demeanor.
I know Janet Britt's given me a bad name, but Heidi ho, chickadees. You all know me because I was sitting behind counsel when they were questioning all of the witnesses at the Donna Adelson trial, and everybody thought it was Auntie Deb or Jimmy. And it turned out it was me, which worked out really well for me because this is how I'm going to stay married another 25 years by having a YouTube channel to talk about all the true crime things that my husband does not want to hear about. And his ears would bleed if I continued to talk about it. That's awesome. I am happy to be here, honored to be with this panel. And I will be doing a day-long stream on Monday covering some preliminary hearings that took place in the Dale Warner case out of Michigan. They had to chase down the lead detective to get him to appear. And so we're going to do the preliminary hearings on Monday when they were trying to declare Dee Warner deceased. They ultimately found her remains in an anhydrous tank on their property.
Wow.
That was a long time ago, you guys. If that name sounds familiar, this has been since 2021. So you sparked my memory, and I can't wait to watch that on Monday. Bob, Defense Diaries, who are you?
Hello, I am Bob Mata. I am a criminal defense attorney out in the great state of Illinois, bear down. I am also the host of the Defense Diaries podcast, both traditional podcast, which means you just listen, and also the YouTube version of it, which is the Defense Diaries podcast, where I have the most fabulous co-host ever, my wife, Allie, who is the baddest of the badass female attorneys on the planet, and I'll die on that hill. We cover a lot of stuff, so much that my mind is always really kind of like in a million different places, which at my advanced age is really, really tough to do. And I also just re-released what I feel is my opus magnus is buried inside the John Wayne Gacy investigation. My father happened to be the creeps lawyer, gave me all his taped interviews, prepping him for his insanity defense trial back when I was 21, which was many, 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 many moons ago. And I turned it into a podcast. I decided in 2022 to turn that into a pod. And then we rebranded it when we were able to remaster the tape sound. So I think it's pretty damn good. It's a one-of-a-kind podcast. We dug in. We didn't focus on Gacy. We focused on the victims, the investigation, the arrest, and the trial. And it's an I'm really, really proud of it. I've never heard a podcast like it. So hopefully you'll give that a listen. But other than that, we're covering everything. But we're going to be heading boots on the ground down for the Aaron Spencer case, which is down in Arkansas. Unfortunately, that one is not being streamed. They're trying it in the dark, and they are trying to convict a man who shot and killed the predator that was reoffending with his daughter after he'd been given a bond of $5,000. So we're very much invested in that case, and we're going to actually go get into that courtroom, report daily on that, and because we think it's an important case in a lot of different ways. So keep an eye out for that at the end of the month.
Awesome. And then Katie, I'm sure you introduce yourself, but make sure you let Dana explain why we're all gathered here today to listen to Bad Janet. But very excited. For anyone that doesn't know Dr. Katie Spirko, you are in for a treat. So let us know who you are and what you do.
Katie Spirko. I am a forensic and clinical neuropsychologist. I do a lot of court-related evaluations. I am not a PI, nor have I ever represented myself as one. And technically, I'm a journalist because I'm asserting First Amendment privileges of the press.
Katie is nailing all the talking points her lawyer gave her.
That's my introduction. I'm going to be good tonight until at least for another 15 minutes or so.
That was very good.
I meant to grab wine before tonight. Darn it.
Oh no. I've just got my caffeine here. So Dana, this kicks off to you then, Dana. Can you give us the context? Anyone that did a deep dive on this case, some of this might be familiar to you. The audio we're going to listen to is this isn't published anywhere. This is something that's going to be like a first listen. But we know some background on how the prosecution, again, this is dealing with the Zachary Adams trial, his fight for a new trial over in Tennessee. And part of that battle included the state trying to censor and gag and silence Dr. Katie Spirko. Maybe that's because you have a podcast that's putting all the pieces together and showing why the men that were indicted and for Zachary Adams put on trial for the horrible things that happened to Holly Bobo have an alibi. It couldn't have been them. And there's also so many other issues with the trial that a new trial should be warranted either way. But they were trying to silence you, and I think a large part of that is because of the work that you were doing and the work that you were doing through the Trial and Error podcast with Dana, with Kinsey the intern, and the rest of those that you work with to get the word out there and start helping people make sense of it. So Dana, take it from there.
Dana, will you make sure to thank Jeff at some point in this for taking like 1,000 dog barks out of this recording?
Yes. So here's what happened in a nutshell. Doug Bates got appointed to represent Zach Adams on his post-conviction relief. Yeah. And Doug, with his co-counsel, Crystal Etu, they've done an amazing job. When Doug got hired into the case, or appointed into the case, rather, Doug immediately called Dr. Spirko, knowing that he would need some potentially expert assistance on this. So Dr. Spirko started doing what she does, which is go out and talk to people, assess evidence, find witnesses, talk to people and get sort of an understanding of what's going on. So along the way, Dr. Spirko, who is utterly fearless, found that the defense in this case had attempted to point the finger at the same suspect that law enforcement originally had worked into the case, that is Terry Britt. At the time that Dr. Spirko was doing all this background investigation and not private investigation, but collateral source type things as an expert witness and consulting expert, one of the people that she went to talk to was Janet Britt. Terry Britt at the time was in prison for yet another kidnap and sexual assault case, but his wife was staying in the trailer that they had lived in for years by then. So Dr. Spirko goes out and interviews Janet Britt voluntarily, just approaches her, identifies herself, says who she is, says why she's there, and asks if she's willing to talk. And what you're going to hear now is that interview. That interview has never been published. It has never been disseminated. So this is the first and only time it has ever been made public.
We've never even publicly acknowledged it was recorded.
Correct. The reason that we're doing this now is in part because Dr. Spirko has now been released from the sequestration order that she had been ridiculously put under in May of 2025, ostensibly as a witness that the state might call. Of course, they never called her, but the evidentiary hearing is now complete. But during the post-conviction relief evidentiary hearings, and even before, the state of Tennessee just disparaged Dr. Spirko relentlessly. They attacked her reputation. They called her names. They diminished her reputation. They diminished her skills and her degrees and her licensure. They really went in on her in an attempt to discredit her, and it was really ugly because they did so at a time that she could not defend herself publicly. So one of the things that they did repeatedly was make the allegation that Dr. Spirko had attempted to intimidate a witness, Janet Britt. And they did
Bad
that.
Janet.
Yes,
Bad
they did
Janet.
they did that in writing. They did that in statements of counsel, and they did that through the testimony of Jennifer Nichols, who was the trial prosecutor in 2017 and is now a judge. So they did it repeatedly, they did it systematically, they did it intentionally, and they did it entirely in reliance upon Janet Britt. Now, Janet Britt has a long, sordid history. Okay. She is not the kind of person that prosecutors should listen to and say, I take you at your word without anything else. But they did. So what you're about to see is some of the pleadings and some of the things that happened in court over the last year where they vouched for Janet Britt to disparage and discredit Dr. Spirko. And then we're going to play the interview that they say contains the intimidation and coercion of a witness. Now, that said, I insisted that before we did any of this, for reasons that will become obvious, that Jeff Spirko, who is Dr. Spirko's husband, who is a very talented musician, he does all of our music. He does all of our sound.
Playing the violin on the Mario.
Yeah, he's the all the music.
Volume of the violin people.
Yeah, all the music, all the sound stuff. He's done that for us, and we're very grateful. But before we agreed to do this, I said, you got to deal with that dog. And you're going to understand why pretty quickly. When
Not dogs, like dogs, plural, as in 9 or however many were there.
Yeah, so, and by the way, I think we should maybe pull a curveball here. It might be useful to give a visual aid for this location.
The location.
Yeah. So I can.
I thought you were going to say Janet.
No. When I stop talking, I will send by message to you, Kat, a picture that I took of the trailer in which Janet and Terry live. You can draw your own conclusions from that, and then we'll get started. How about that?
Yeah. So do you want to lead with where are you sending it to me? Because I'll pull that up.
I can send it by Signal.
Sweet. Let's do that. And then I'll be able to pull that up. Also, I think this is very contextual here. So Julie O. And I don't know whose channel this is coming from, but it's coming from someone else's channel. So I think all of us as panelists appreciate all of the love and support, but I can't tell where it's coming from. It says, totally normal lady, totally. Promise. Didn't have a weird room with just a bed and a camera. So, Katie, can you speak to that and how, because I think it's important to clarify here that Janet Britt is not the only person you interviewed. You interviewed probably hundreds of people. You've had hundreds of conversations with people. And there's been no affidavit from somebody telling the state that you're intimidating them or threatening them. This is the one instance, which I think makes it even more not credible. But what is this for those that are the uninitiated about this bed and the camera?
Yeah, so before Janet Britt was married to Terry Britt, Janet Britt was married to Ed Martin. They lived in the same trailer. The mailbox actually still says Martin on the side of it. Ed Martin was a Decatur County Sheriff's deputy who got arrested and sent to prison for sexually assaulting teenage foster girls that were in his and Janet's care. At
Oh
that
my God.
doing a lot of really horrific things to them. So he goes to prison, and Janet Britt meets Terry Britt. Well, husband number one is serving time for sexual assault of minors, and she gets married to Terry Britt, and the rest is history. So around the time that she was divorcing husband number one, and it would have been, I think, right after she got married to Terry Britt or right before, in 2003, one of the sheriff's deputies showed up to a call of a potential burglary, and a house at 43 West 9th Street in Parsons had a door open. So another officer's already there. And this is an officer that's part of the Holly Bobo investigation and is recalling this event that occurred because I think it was one of the files that was destroyed when the sheriff cleared computers and then lied about it right after Zach was arrested the week after. But the recollection of the sheriff's deputy is that he showed up. This other officer was in there. It looked like the house was being used for storage or something. And then he goes back into a side room, and there's a cot set up with cameras, like camcorders, all facing the cot, like a cheap porn room. And then wires all leading through to another bedroom where there was a computer, like a setup with a bunch of computer monitors and screens. And then Janet asked them to leave and said that she would not like to file a report because she doesn't want anyone to know that she's renting that residence. And like many weird things that happened, no further action seems to have been taken.
Wow.
Yeah,
crazy.
That's a lot. And maybe a little bit more context. You said, Terry is Janet's seventh husband.
Seventh.
No, he's the second registered sex offender.
Oh, I'm sorry.
husband.
No, well, it's actually her third husband. She was married to a relative of the police officer, incidentally, who was at the house with her during that whole cot situation. There's always
Y'all hear the music?
Oh no.
Louder.
And then she's also wife 6-7 or something of Terry Britt.
Wife 6, marriage 7. He married 4 twice, so 4 is also 5.
So anyone out there, there's hope for anybody. There is hope for anybody. I've got some. It's weird pulling it up this way, but this is, I'm assuming, the front view. So this is the scene. I'm assuming. Would you just like pull up on the side? Oh, I didn't pull up the screen. Look at me go.
Yeah, this is the
hard.
this is the trailer that was the scene of the crime involving Deputy Martin. And then later the location where Janet Britt brought Terry Britt to live with her when they married. What's not shown in this photograph is a huge refrigerator container that apparently does not actually refrigerate anything, but nonetheless has the soundproof qualities of a heavily insulated shipping container. Nor do you see many of the vehicles that some of which were and some of which weren't listed in Terry Britt's sex offender registry disclosure. He strangely had 2 identical or nearly identical maroon minivans, one of which was listed and one of which wasn't. But this picture kind of gives you the flavor for where Dr. Spirko just decided to roll up one day and approach the owner.
There was a big dog kennel in the front and dogs everywhere running around, and a lot of boxes and trash set up in the front under that little awning. And then all the vehicles from the case records, except for the black truck, were parked around in that front little area.
The like spray gun painted black truck, right? That used to be white, like on April 10th.
Mm-hmm. Then they got rid of it. Yep, that one. That was not there because they got rid of that and sold it. We're tracking that down. Stay tuned.
Oh.
I have a question. How far is the Britt property from Holly Bobo's property, for those who may not know?
I think it's about 10 miles, Dana. Is that right? I know it's 3.5 miles from the Gooch Road culvert, her lunchbox.
in this part of the world, miles is not especially the most helpful way. Give me a second and I'll run the minutes. It's not very far.
Time in Tennessee is more helpful because
Especially
2
out here in
miles,
the rural area.
2 miles in Tennessee can take you way longer than you think it should to go 2 miles, depending on where you are. And I was looking at this picture, and it reminds me in Tennessee, the skirting that they put around the bottom of mobile homes like this, they call it tin penny. I lived there like 3 years, and I was like, what does everybody talk about? What is that? Tin
Classy.
penny.
Sounds classy.
I know. I was like, is this like a place to buy furniture? 10 penny?
It does sound like that. Well, so the other thing that
It's about 17 minutes by road.
As
All
a
right,
crow
so-
flies, would this be considered like a holler? Like, is it that kind of rural areas like in Tennessee? Because I know it's kind of famous for having these hollers, which are interesting places. I've only been to one and actually it was in Iowa. They had one holler in Iowa, which was it completely misplaced. But is it that kind of region there?
This particular area is hilly, and the entire area around this trailer that we were just showing is more of the same. It's largely unfarmable because of the soil is terrible, the hills are steep. It's often, most of this place has been logged out of mature hardwood, and what's left is chert. We call it chert. It's gravel. It's horrible dirt. You can't really grow anything in it. And in fact, I think the Britt property does have a large drop off in the back. So,
well, and it's not apparent looking at the property. They've got a decent amount of land. I think they've got at least like 18 acres or so there. I find that interesting.
Wow.
Wooded, secluded area. They also own some land in Lexington and other places that we could get into.
Have there, this is kind of a broad question. Have there been other young women that have gone missing from this area?
Yes.
Bob, you're going to love season 2.
Season 2.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Marcus.
That is season 2. There have been a series of young blonde missing girls that started actually in kind of North Carolina area. And if you look, if you overlay the locations and time periods with Terry Britt's former, he was a long haul trucker. It falls along his long haul trucking route with little breaks of no disappearances among these crimes when he's incarcerated. And then it moves on over to this area, and it is disturbing.
Holy shit.
TBI was looking into a serial killer tracking young blonde girls, that it was someone who drove a Chester molester van and would grab up people. And there are also some other crimes that are not missing person crimes, but follow some really similar characteristics that I think need to be looked into a little deeper.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like to judge a book by its cover, but I mean,
sometimes you gotta.
This dude, man, can I ask one more question? And I'm asking just out of complete ignorance, when they arrested Britt for what he's currently in on, did they do any kind of search of the property?
So he's not in right now. He's out. He's a free person. He's living back at 3138 Jeanette Holiday Road in Parsons with Janet. He was released March 27th of this year after doing 15 years.
Wow.
In a prison with a lot of older adults, which coincidentally is what he had asked for in exchange for information when he confessed to the U.S. Marshal.
Years.
15 years.
Wow.
But
yes, they've searched the property. They did come up with things, and some of that's covered in the interview that you're going to hear in a minute.
Wow.
But I mean, quickly on the search of the property, they found clippings, a newspaper, because Janet worked for the newspaper there. Newspaper clippings of Holly along with other girls and young women he was known to be stalking. a hair that was a microscopic match for Holly Bobo that
Oh
was
my
connected
God.
to a piece of duct tape on a rope in one of the 2 vans cadaver dogs, FBI trained cadaver dogs, hit on. FBI trained cadaver dogs also hit on shovel, which we'll talk about in the interview, hammer, and 2 pickaxes that were in a lock shed that the dogs alerted on. I'm hitting the highlights. There are other things. That's not all of it, but there's
I mean, that's pretty bad.
it's pretty
I
bad.
mean, like that like in the world of the cases that we cover, that would definitely constitute a nexus. That's crazy to me. Like I was
They in my opinion, they could have convicted Terry Britt in 2014 easily.
100% on
And
that. Like that evidence alone is pretty shocking.
Then they would
For
have to
anyone who
explain why
been
he was out to begin with.
one of my and this was right when I first started learning about this case. For anyone that doesn't know, I learned about this through the post-conviction proceedings. I was like, what the heck is this? We're not going to go down the Dennis Benjamin rabbit hole, but why the heck is somebody as a term of their probation being sent to go live with a retired police officer? That's weird. But I got into it and I ended up hearing this testimony from the state that they couldn't prosecute Terry Britt because there would have been bad character evidence. And chat, I'm sure there is a diversity of different trials that this chat has watched. Have you ever met a prosecution team that's afraid of trying to introduce character evidence? Because I haven't. I always see them at least try.
Someone
Wait.
just posted they know the owners where the skull was found. Yeah, I've spoken with them. They were really gracious, nice, and open with me. I was thankful for their time, and they've permitted me to be on the property. So Dana and I have gone to the remain site and actually brought Johnny Walker there.
So wait, let me be clear. So you're saying that the prosecution in regards to Terry Britt was concerned that 404B stuff would come in as to Terry Britt?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was what they said on the stand during the
Well,
post-conviction proceedings, why they didn't want to
let's be, this is real simple. Okay. This is the only reason that you need to understand why they didn't prosecute Terry Britt. It is not the only reason that probably exists. On the day that Holly Bobo was kidnapped, Terry Britt should have been in prison. Terry Britt and his wife, Janet, were alleged in 2008 to have abducted and attempted to sexually assault a woman in West Tennessee. On the day that case was set for a preliminary hearing, that victim was in a local jail and she was not brought to court to testify. The case was dismissed and it was just gone. No one prosecuted it. When Holly Bobo disappeared, law enforcement agents started looking through everything, right? And one of those law enforcement agents, Art Viveros, FBI agent, said, hey, why wasn't Terry Britt prosecuted for this crime that he was alleged to have committed in 2008? So they went and they got into it, and Terry Britt fairly quickly pled to that charge. So,
And
if everyone had done their job, Terry Britt would have been in prison for the abduction and attempted sexual assault of another woman that he committed in 2008 and would not have been on the street to potentially be the person who snatched Holly Bobo in 2011.
He did assault her, sexual assault and attempted rape.
So if you're the TBI and everyone in North America is watching, this is not a press conference you want to have.
Yeah.
You don't want to have to go to the Bobo family and sit in their living room and explain that their daughter was kidnapped by a man who should have been in prison if only everyone had done their job. It would have been career ending for more than a few people. Now, there are other reasons that we don't need to get into tonight to believe that there may have been other reasons that he wasn't prosecuted properly in 2008 or even in 2011 for the Holly Bobo matter. Lots of scandalous, nefarious, strange things surrounding Terry Britt. Okay. But the only one you need is
There are
one
more
of
that you need to know, and in season 2, Dana is not going to stop me from
so
all
it's not the topic for tonight.
it's
But
sick.
if you want to know why
Nobody
Terry
puts
Britt
baby in the
didn't get,
corner.
yeah, if you want to
Exactly.
know why
How
Terry
many
Britt
times have I
didn't get,
texted him that?
if you want to know why Terry Britt didn't get prosecuted for the Holly Bobo case, it's because it would have been career ending for a number of law enforcement officers and prosecutors who should have had him in prison once and for all.
Yeah.
And
2008.
probably Janet's got some videos of some law enforcement personnel in compromising.
I told you it wouldn't take long.
Wow. Wow.
I said probably, allegedly, whatever, allegedly.
Allegedly.
It's
Probably
what you've
fine.
heard
But
in the
probably
course
Kat,
of
can
your
you just get
conversations.
the allegedly cryon going underneath
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Spirko?
We said, well, that's going to be our merch, is a shirt that says allegedly. I think we
There
also
you go.
need one that says I'm the pig.
Disclaimer. Disclaimer.
Good
Double
God.
disclaimer. Well,
If
with
in
that,
doubt,
Everything is alleged.
attach allegedly to what Dr. Spirko says.
so I think that's
So
a
I
good.
bring receipts, and I have yet to be wrong on any of this shit that Dana has shut me up on.
I mean, I look at it like he's protecting you, you know.
It's
he's
there's a
trying.
reason that I'm listening and not continuing to talk.
Well, and it's not only Katie. So there is, if you watch the post-conviction proceedings, you may hear a mention of without warning. And it seems to me, based on one little line that I think her name is her name Cheryl?
Sheila.
remember her name.
Sheila Wysocki is from
Sheila
Without
Wysocki.
Warning. Oh, I know
She-
Sheila well.
She
Nope.
she said on a clip,
You need to
go
talk.
ahead. Okay, on a clip she said that she was told to be careful when she drives around the area because they're going to be looking for her license plates. To me, like, don't speed. I think she said, don't speed. To me, that's a signal that people are looking for your vehicle to see when you're in the area and cause you grief, cause you trouble, just because you're looking into things that might be going on in that area.
I would frequently have see a lot of local law enforcement during my time in those counties, and I've had them show up and surround my vehicle a few different times for various reasons. They had me get out and do a roadside sobriety test once, which I passed.
Hey,
Flying colors, which apparently in Tennessee is
Rare. Okay.
harder than you think.
Were they like apparently on their, was a look on their face like, darn it, when you passed and they had to let you go?
Well, it was the second time. It was my second encounter with that law enforcement officer over the the last 2 hours. So it's like, you again.
Ugh.
What next?
Oh, goodness.
They
Well-
seemed like they were trying to make a point, and my confidence in telling her that I did not have nystagmus and would be getting her video camera to show that, she was just like, okay, go.
now I know I'm asking like a lot of newbie
Cool.
questions. Like,
You
like,
gotta warn us
Ask
with
the
that,
question.
Kat.
like.
There
So
she is.
let me ask this other question, because we're starting with the trial. We started with, because I wanted to work backwards after the post-conviction stuff. And so we're starting with the trial. We just did the openings, but in terms of Karen Bobo, who's Holly's mother, with her, like, I got a sense, and tell me if I'm wrong, that she seemed to be very much in control of this investigation from the outside, at least ostensibly from the outside looking in. And like, there's another case that I cover pretty heavily, the Richard Allen case, where I felt like the grandparents of one of the victims in that case, the Patty family, seemed to have a lot of control over which way the investigation was going. But based on what you're telling me with the Terry Britt stuff, how is it, and I know obviously you can't speak for Karen Bobo, but like, how is it that that woman is so dead set on the fact that she believes that Zach and his crew is responsible for this homicide? I don't see
I think
it.
for the same reason I thought, Doug, are you sure? I mean, Doug and I had a clause in my agreement to work with him that if I determine that he's full of shit and his client was peripherally involved in some,
Yeah.
no offense to the lawyers here, but some like technically innocent, but really like,
Right.
if I didn't feel like it was worthy of my time to
Yeah.
donate, I was going to peace out and he'd be on his own. There's a belief, a trust that we give law enforcement. We think that to arrest someone for this kind of crime, there must be something there. And I Dana and I have gone, I mean, we talk about this behind the scenes a lot. I think Karen Bobo did what any mother would have done. I do not blame her for anything, because the TBI was not investigating the case in a competent, likely to yield any successful result sort of way. They just kept looking at Clint like he had something to do with it, which just
Clint
made
is
no
the brother.
sense after the first 5 minutes. Move on. It was incompetence wrapped in more incompetence with just, it was ridiculous. And so, I mean, what else is she going to do? She was going out trying to figure out what happened, but then the TBI blames her, and it's, well, she's causing all these problems. She's the reason that the investigation, well, 2 years into an investigation, we haven't done anything. I mean, let someone else come in and try. I don't think that it was, I think that TBI loves to blame the victim's family. They were blaming Clint. Clint wasn't lying, but you know, they had the whole Clint's a liar story, and then Karen's talking to media, and that's it was the reason the investigation wasn't working, is the investigation was shitty.
Yeah, Dr. Spirko and I disagree about this, but if the question is, was Karen heavily involved in and had influence in the investigation, I think the answer is probably yes and no. Over time, the Bobo family frustration with this investigation grew to the point that the Bobos more than once held press conferences to excoriate the TBI for their failures.
Yeah.
And the TBI would try to go to the Bobos and update them. And sometimes that would send Karen Bobo out to interrogate the witness that they just told her they were looking at. And so it became a loss of confidence both ways. Ultimately, you mentioned that you thought that Karen Bobo seemed very resolute and committed to the idea that this was Zach Adams and his brother and their friends who did this. This is where Dr. Spirko and I disagree strongly about this, but I think that initially anyone in the Bobo's position would very much want the right people caught and justice done. The timeline in this case is terrible because Holly Bobo was kidnapped in April of 2011. Her remains are not recovered for 3.5 years, and only then by accident, not by law enforcement. And the trial doesn't happen for another 3 years. So somewhere along the way, my position is that there was a shift from find the right people and prosecute them to find the right people and tell me you found the right people and put someone in prison. And I think those are different. And so at this point, I think it would be, I think there became a moment where the Bobos needed closure and wanted to believe that this investigation had gotten to the right place. And so I'm not sure those are the same thing.
No, Lon, I sent you a secret message, just saying.
I think they are, you know, and obviously, Dana, from the lawyer's perspective, I understand that, you know, when families are told we got the right guy, you know, families want to trust that, and they typically do, you know, but in terms of like Britt was like, had to have been one of the first guys they were looking at, right?
Oh, Karen, yeah, and everybody knew it.
Karen insisted TBI look at Britt. That's because Britt was stalking Natalie and following Natalie with Holly. Natalie was Holly's cousin. Britt was following both of them around and doing what he does when he kidnaps people.
And I think if there's, I mean, this may be a little more difficult to accept potentially, but I think that imagine the senselessness and the pain, the additional pain I think I would feel if the TBI came to me and said, a man we should have had in prison but didn't is the one who did this.
It's huge.
Versus some random meth addicts decided to go commit their first kidnap, rape, and murder.
Right.
One of those is senseless and tragic and painful. The other is preventable.
Right.
And I think the pain that might have been attached to the preventable version is a disincentive to embrace it. So I don't know. I truly hope that one day that there'll be sort of a reconciliation of, or at least at least revisiting of the conclusions that they reached.
I gotta say, I watched this in the Karen Reed case as well, that the O'Keeffes, just no matter how much evidence is presented, and it's one of the things that fascinates me about following cases is to see how people react to true hard facts smacking them in the face, and they just refuse to accept it. And I think there is a big part of that going on in this case as well. So I kind of see the parallel with it. And I don't understand that. I wish I did. I mean, human behavior fascinates me anyway, but I don't think there's an answer to your question as to why, or do the Bobos see that Zach really had nothing to do with it?
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of gaslighting going on. And I think when you're that grief stricken, your ability to process complex cognitive situations is limited. And so they didn't choose to be in that situation. That's the last thing anyone would ever want. Who does choose to be in that situation are people who decide, I'm going to become a DA, I'm going to become a law enforcement officer. Once you choose to put yourself in that role, then I think you have a responsibility to the public that the Bobos did not have as victims.
Can I ask one question? Brent Booth wanted to do he wanted a search warrant on the Bobos financials. Did that ever happen?
Yes.
What came about that?
Their financial records are part of the
discovery, right?
The case file, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, for me though,
and I think I know.
We got you.
Like, here's my problem with the Bobo family, like in Karen in particular, is that because I get it, I truly do, from handling cases for a long time and being on the defense attorney side of it, like you see up close and personal the impact that it has on the victims' families and just the devastation that they're trying to deal with. And when they lock in on somebody, you understand that with all their heart, they believe that they got the right guy. They like their brain, like you said, Katie, like it requires them to think that in order for them to kind of function on a daily basis. But like when there's evidence that exists out in the world wherein there's duct tape that exists that has potentially Holly's hair attached to it at this guy's house who's known to be what he is. And then, you're sitting there and we know that she sat there through Doug's masterful post-conviction hearing, and you're just hearing these things kind of piling up. And I realize from the post-conviction side, it's a different thing in terms of what you're trying to accomplish as the attorney in there. I mean, ultimately they're trying to get a new trial. So, they're not trying to solve the case in that particular circumstance. So, but to kind of know that these things are out there, because it would be very helpful to Zach Adams if the Holly family was at some point, or the Bobo family was at some point able to kind of come all the way around and say publicly, you know what? And it happens. I've seen it happen. It does happen in the real world where, you get the people that were affected the most, where they have a change of heart and they change their minds in terms of whether or not they got the right person on that thing. And the impact that can have on a case is pretty heavy duty. I mean, especially like in a world where Zach gets a new trial. Like if he gets what we're all hoping happens here and he gets a new trial, the question of whether or not they're so dug in that they're going to retry him no matter what, that's where the Bobo family can be critical in terms of whether or not they're going to indeed move forward and try him again, or take a step back and say, you know what, if they're going to borrow us from putting X, Y, and Z in terms of, whatever they come back with, it's like, I don't know. I guess I just hold out hope that, at some point, if there's enough noise about this case from us, from creators that are willing to do it, and especially you two, Katie and Dana, who are digging in so magnificently, that, I want it to get traction. I want it's important to me because I do a lot of wrongful conviction work. It's important to get this out there, like on a loud, in your face level, because, you know, it's just one of those cases where I didn't know about it. I mean, I knew a little bit about it, you know, but I didn't know about it like I know about it now. And I still don't know that much about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm starting from ground zero and working my way through your guys' content and, you know, the trial itself. And, you know, and I obviously watched the post conviction. So I just think getting as many eyes on this is really, really important.
Well, and
It's a
another reason
lot.
it's a big deal is you have one of the prosecutors from this very trial now is a judge.
And
Now's a
she's
judge.
running right now in Sumner County. Primaries are May 5th. If you live in Sumner County, Michael Begley is running against her.
Vote for Michael Begley.
And if you're over, I think you're in Defense Diaries chat, DB. If you're over there and you see him posting this link, or sorry, I might be misgendering, but DB, JenniferNicholsForJudge.com. You're gonna hear an explanation of that, I think, in this clip, why we keep posting that URL. So, Dana, are you ready for your cue? You think we're ready to go with this clip?
Have at it.
All right. This is Jennifer Nichols, you guys. This is during the post-conviction relief proceedings. A short clip that we're going to watch here that's related to the state's feelings about Dr. Katie Spirko. She was the trial prosecutor. So if you are rewatching the 2017 trial, you'll see her in her glory days. So here we go.
And astonishing to me, if there had been proof, it was them. We knew they were in Parsons.
Then why go get it?
Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. So you hired a pseudo investigator / forensic psychologist / other thing. I shouldn't. Does she still have her license? Because I know they were investigating. She intimidated a witness, Miss Britt, I don't remember her first name, who contacted TBI and advised that she'd been threatened. This is the same person who purchased domain names, my name, my election names, that you connected them to your client's website, so that if somebody looks me up and missed my actual, but it says Jennifer Nichols Judge, goes straight to the domain name. I listened and listened and listened to this person speak on jail calls. I know that she wormed her way into a federal holding facility by using her credentials, going in, knowing that a person was represented. You and I discussed this a lot, recording him in a recantation that she tried, or you tried, to get admitted after she knew he was high. Even ask him, are you high? This person did not need to have her hands on physical evidence. If it was something that you were going to want, there would, if it confirmed everything that you think, what was she going to do with it? Take it home and put it in her garage? And then try and introduce it at trial? The plan was, if somebody wanted it, preserve it. Just like they did 2,000 other pieces of evidence. Preserve it so that whoever wants it can have it. But Katie Spirko did not need to be driving around with evidence. She's not law enforcement. I don't know if she's claiming to be an investigator now or a blogger or what, but she didn't need anything evidentiary that was going to be important. We know what she did. You turned over discovery to her. She released it.
Even Judge Bradbury was like, all right, I've had enough of this, you dumb penguin.
Just done with it. Just done with it.
That's awesome.
I hope Jennifer Nichols is watching. Oh,
This is
please.
so stupid.
Brutal.
Awesome. that is amazing.
Oh,
I mean,
brutal.
like, is she,
My name.
so you went out and did the goddamn interview, and she's giving you shit that you're driving around with the thing that you taped?
No,
Yeah,
she's talking
it's
about
my
the,
interview.
She was talking about the
well,
ATM.
She wanted to
Talking
keep
about the
it secret
ATM, yeah.
because you're in Memphis, in this weird little world in Memphis, where if you're white and you have some kind of role in government, you're the only one who has any rights, and you can just do whatever you want and just lie your way out of it, and nobody looks again. So it's like it's normalized, and they think it is actually a thing where you can just say, this is embarrassing to me, so I would like it to be kept a secret. And then the court just says, okay, under seal, like we'll keep this all. And then this case there's just a lot of, it's like the state is trying to take rights that are supposed to be for citizens and use them as state rights. And it doesn't work both ways like that.
So people are saying that what she was referencing there at that particular moment was the ATM video.
I think she was referencing my interview with Jason Autry at Shelby County Penal Farm, his recant video.
I thought she was talking about the machine. She was talking
the
about
very
the
first
actual
clip.
ATM.
She talks about both. She talks about Jason Autry later when we think he could have been high. That was when she was talking about the Autry. And guys, if you were learning about this case, Jason Autry is the star witness. They don't want to admit he's a star witness, but he's a co-defendant facing the death penalty that testified against Zachary Adams at the 2017 trial. Katie Spirko and Nicole you had a conversation with him, and the state doesn't want that being known. They're pissed that I think you guys had 2020 had it, right? I saw it.
That I got into the prison before they found some bullshit way to block me.
What they say, snuck in or
snake? Yeah.
Wow. Skillful.
Using my credentials. That's what you do. You email them your credentials and your driver's license and you set up an appointment. It's not actually that mysterious
or sneaky.
The very beginning of the video was talking about that ATM video, which alibis, physical evidence that alibis at least 3 of the co-defendants who were backing up in an ATM. And there's transactions, there's bank statements from one of the 3 guys who's in this truck backing up through the ATM using the ATM. And that's a whole different saga. That is a whole different saga. But that was what was referenced at the beginning.
Okay.
Dana, someone's asking if they're new to this and they want to know why I was a witness.
To keep you quiet.
Yeah. They never would have called me in a million. I would have loved to have them call me and get on the stand. They would not have enjoyed it. They were never going to do it.
Dr. Spirko was identified as a witness in part because she had been identified as a potential expert witness by Zach. When it was abandoned that she might be presented by Zach as an expert witness, the state took the position that Dr. Spirko might be a witness because she was the person who recorded the Autry recant. When that went away, they left her on the witness list and therefore in sequestration, ostensibly maybe because she would have been needed to authenticate some prison calls between herself and Zach. When that went away, they ran out of reasons to talk about, but they kept her on the sequestration list. So Dr. Spirko started out a legitimate potential witness and ended up being just someone they didn't want to hear from and didn't want in the courtroom and wanted to not be able to speak publicly. So here we are.
Yeah.
So
doing
this
little too much poking around. Little too much poking around for their life.
They don't like the I shenaned once, but when I shenaniganed.
Yeah. So so a person close to this case once said this. There was a conflict among myself, Dr. Spirko, and this third person. And Dr. Spirko demanded a loyalty test. Who are you going to pick? And this third person said...
Third person is Dog.
This third person, Dog Bates, was in this situation where I was saying one thing and Dr. Spirko was saying another, and Katie demanded a loyalty. She wanted an oath of fealty somewhere to either me or her. And Doug said, Dana, if I needed a battle buddy, I'd pick you. You are undoubtedly one of the greatest allies a guy in my position could have. However, Dr. Spirko is absolutely the worst enemy anyone could ever have. Therefore, I have to be loyal to her. And I said, I get it.
Smart choice.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm scarier.
I'm so scary.
Doug's spot on with that, though. You know, man, it's like Katie's just one of those people that when they grab a hold at the throat, they're not letting go. You know, I mean, and you need people like that, especially in this like wrongful conviction shit. Like if you don't have somebody who's like a straight up pit bull who doesn't give a shit, you know, who's willing to go out there and put their own life and limb at risk to get shit done.
You gotta be out of fuck.
Yeah, I mean, it's invaluable. It's invaluable.
I salute you. There's a quote. It's like, bravery is knowing something might hurt and doing it anyway, and stupidity is the same thing, and that's why life is hard.
I love that. I love that. That's great.
Katie, was it difficult to find Jason Autry in the prison system?
Good
It
question.
was quite different. So he wasn't listed in TDOC databases, like when you normally look up and see where someone was. I mean, he just wasn't in anything. And we were all we didn't even know if he was in prison or out of prison. We couldn't figure it out. We found out he had a federal. No, we didn't even figure that out until after, because he told me who his attorney was. We didn't know if he was represented or what. When I met with Zach in prison, Zach gave me the name of a mutual acquaintance who he knew was in contact with Jason Autry, who could tell me where he was. And so I found that person and got in touch with her. She let me know, connected me with where Jason Autry was so I could set up a meeting to see him. And then she was giving me some information she had related to the corruption in this case until she mysteriously died after Jason Autry's interview was made public in what doesn't make any sense still.
Katie,
Well-
did you know that Autry wanted to recant prior to getting in there, or did that just happen when like you were interviewing him?
I didn't know if he was going to recant or not. I knew from watching his testimony that it couldn't be true, because when you actually go through it and you go through every little piece of it and map it into case records, you can see both how it was constructed and how it falls apart. But it just takes going through every piece of case. And that's the difference between Dana and I think, and like Sheila Wasaki got it wrong, not because she's not a better investigator than we would have been. She just didn't have all the data, and they did a really good job of keeping the truth and the information away and hiding in plain sight with a bunch of irrelevant stuff. But
but Judge iPad said that Jason Autry was the most credible witness he'd ever seen. He's the most credible witness I've ever seen in my courtroom. I trusted every word that came out of that man's
Well,
You
he'll
know,
be sad
he
to learn.
Until Mitchell Hayes.
Yeah, he'll be sad to learn that most credible witness ever in West Tennessee he's been replaced by Boat Guy.
Boat Guy is now
that
the
the state
Mitchell
says,
Hayes.
forget all about Jason Autry. This is the new most credible witness you've ever heard.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Boat Guy. Judge McKinley, interestingly, was charged with a federal crime for having some kind of unlawful firearm charge
The airport.
a month before this case, and then it was.
I don't think it was a federal crime, but he was
was
charged with a crime related to a gun at the airport. It was resolved. It was charged shortly before the trial and resolved shortly after the trial in Memphis.
And why that's so spectacular is if you guys, and I encourage everybody to do the deep dive. I've gone through it. Janet, you've rewatched the whole trial.
Sure
Truth
did.
and Transparency. Lana just had Katie on for an interview with Dana. There's plenty of places to go. Bob, are you still on day one, Bob? You're in the very beginning of the 2017 trial.
We just did openings. So tomorrow we're going to get through day one.
So there you go. And, I started with the post-conviction hearings. I went back, we watched the entire 2017, and we also looked at all of the available media coverage and tried to put ourselves in the shoes of people that were learning about this case when Holly's abduction happened. And again, for 3 years, there were still people hoping that she'd be found because her remains hadn't been found yet. So watching all of that coverage, really illuminating. So I encourage, do the deep dive. You've got tons of resources here to do it with. Here, though, with Janet Britt, with Katie Spirko, and this whole effort to silence somebody that's helping put the information together. And what I mean by that is you could go to the Trial and Error Podcast YouTube channel. So if you haven't already, go do that. Start
Please
from episode
like our
1.
stuff. And even if you don't like us, just criticize us in a comment because it helps our algorithm.
and the feedback can be constructive, but you can go all the way back episode 1 and go through each of the episodes, and this will all start to make sense to you, and your mind will just be blown. And it's undoubtedly you're going to watch that podcast, and I hope you come back to whatever channel you're watching on and you're like, you're right, this has to be a significant part of, if it not only the only reason why they want to silence Katie. So they have this affidavit. Now, this is back, April 12th of 2024. They want to issue a subpoena to Katie Spirko and issue a protective order. And one of the, I believe, 3 reasons that they offer is in relation to this conversation you have with Janet Britt. So they say here, let's see here. Petitioner Adams' counsel employed Katie Spirko, or while she attempted to interview Janet Britt. Miss Britt is the wife of Terry Britt, who was at one time a suspect in Holly Bobo's murder. On December 17th, 2023, Katie Spirko appeared at Miss Britt's home uninvited and without an appointment.
That's true.
What's wrong with that? During this meeting, Katie Spirko offered to show Miss Britt what
Can
she
I hold on one
described.
second? Katie wasn't the first person to arrive at the Britt residence uninvited. Some of them were taken there involuntarily, but I digress.
I was the first conscious woman, maybe, to show up at that home without an appointment.
Oh,
Hey, look, I've showed up at people's houses unannounced on wrongful conviction shit, and it like that Songbird Road podcast we did with Julie Beverly, who's in prison down there. And we just roll up because we wanted to talk to these people who lived in the area. And when people don't want you on their property and are adamant about it, especially in rural areas, they tell you.
Yep.
I used to do collections. Yeah, they don't want you there when you're doing that.
No.
Yeah.
Especially in Tennessee, because lots of those people are armed.
Yeah.
That's usually the vibe.
Yeah, and the odd thing about this case is many people that don't understand basic things about firearms, like how revolvers don't eject casings.
Correct.
So do a deep dive. If you're wondering what that means, please do the deep dive. But this affidavit, and again, this is from the prosecution during the post-conviction proceedings. They say, during this meeting, Katie Spirko offered to show Miss Britt what she described as new evidence. And they say, see the exhibit. So we're going to read this affidavit from Janet Britt. On December 17th and 18th, 2023, Katie Spirko offered, through text messages to Miss Britt, to bring files and let you look through them if you like. And when Miss Britt did not respond affirmatively, asked her again, do you want me to come up again and bring the files I have? Because I figured it's the least I can do to let you know what's been compiled about Terry and you. And then
I give just some context for that. A file is something that's in a file. If it's in a file, then you got a file. And we'll go through, and when you hear the interview, it'll make sense. But she was suggesting as though she really didn't know anything about Terry Britt's criminal history. And so I offered to bring her a file. And so I was more than happy to compile the available public records of his extensive sexual assault history. And
I mean, she did meet him in prison.
She had a conviction. She had a conviction related to him for not doing something about him having a firearm.
It's my understanding that she met Terry Britt in prison when she went there to visit Ed Martin.
Her other husband that was in prison.
Sex offender. So she may not have known all the details, but the existence of a criminal conviction shouldn't have been a surprise.
I don't know what they were concerned. I was going to give her some public records that I'm sure she's already quite aware of, and I was going to file.
I'm just waiting to see the intimidation. Where's that happen? I haven't seen it yet, so I'm just waiting to see.
Me too.
And look at
if at any point I'm intimidating or misrepresenting myself during this interview, I would invite the listeners to give me that feedback, and I will.
Yeah,
better myself from it.
I've listened to it, so I know.
This is my first time, and I'm really excited.
I haven't listened to it since a long time ago, shortly after I did it. So I wanted to be surprised with everyone else. I remember it fairly well, I think. But.
Well, and I think this is important. They're highlighting, because the recording's like an hour long, and they're highlighting. It's very telling what people want to highlight. So here they highlight in this filing that Katie Spirko further stated to Miss Britt, if Terry's innocent, then I'm working for him too. Zach will keep serving time and Terry will keep getting blamed until the truth is uncovered. Is that nefarious?
That is the truest thing that I've ever heard somebody say. It's like, I mean, that's exactly what's going on there. I mean, those two things are not mutually exclusive. Sorry, they're not. Those are just two things that can happen at the same time. And there's nothing nefarious about it.
Well, I
So
think I think both things can be true. I think what I said is truthful, and I'm very clearly not working on behalf of Terry Britt because I did have that caveat in the sentence, if you're innocent.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, I'll clear them. not because I'm trying to, just because I'm trying to get the information that I need.
I mean, the Adams family gave me unrestricted access. Any information I want, anyone I want to talk to, anything I want to look at, anything I want to see. Innocent people often just want you to dig in and get the truth.
Yep.
Happy to do it for the Brits.
Yep.
And let's
Yep.
not construe that, if you're innocent, that doesn't mean talk to cops without an attorney present.
Don't talk
That's
to cops.
right. Never do
We
that.
got to clarify.
Don't ever do that.
Don't.
So the state rages on. They say the above is not truthful, as Katie Spirko is very clearly not working on behalf of Terry Britt. Duh. A review of the post-conviction documents filed on behalf of Petitioner Adams shows that their strategy, at least in part, is to shift blame for Holly Bobo's murder to Terry Britt. A visit from Katie Spirko to Miss Britt in April of 2024 further bears witness for whom Katie Spirko was working.
Because I told her. I wasn't lying. I told her who I was.
Let's get Janet. So before we listen to Janet, let's read the affidavit she signed. And she waited to sign this until, when was this? The 11th of April, 2024 here.
Some irony in the date there, just a couple days before the anniversary.
It says, I, Janet Britt, having personal knowledge of the facts contained in this affidavit and being competent to testify to them, hereby testify as follows. My name's Janet Britt, and I live in Decatur County, Tennessee. My husband is Terry Britt, and he is currently incarcerated. At one time during the investigation into the disappearance of Holly Bobo, my husband was a suspect. He was not charged with any crime associated with Holly Bobo's disappearance. We were aware that Terry was a suspect. Our home and property were both searched, and we provided the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation with a receipt showing where Terry was at the time of Holly's disappearance. We're going to hear about this in the recording, but please do the deep dive. I think episode 4 of the Trial and Error podcast is a longer episode about Terry Britt, and then Dana did a recent standalone video about a month ago at this point. So check out both of those Terry Britt videos on Trial and Error podcast.
Yeah, if you want to quickly get hooked on our podcast, Trial and Error, go find the episode that we called It and just push play.
Yeah. Cool. So on December 17th, 2023, a person who introduced herself as Katie Spirko came to my house. We did not have an appointment. Miss Spirko told me that she was working for the new attorney representing Zach Adams.
They do this intentionally.
Of course.
I'm sorry to keep interrupting. Miss Spirko.
They clearly wrote this affidavit for her. It's just like, why wouldn't you just maybe format it like you didn't write the affidavit for her? To me, it's kind of embarrassing, but I don't know.
She asked questions about the evidence taken from my home by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and the Federal Bureau of Investigation during the search warrant served on my home. Katie Spirko told me there was new evidence in the case. She wanted to show me the evidence and discuss it with me. I asked her if she would leave the new evidence for me to review, but she said she could not, but she wanted to come back to show it to me. Afterwards, Ms. Spirko began texting me. On Sunday, December 17th and December 18th, I received several messages from Katie Spirko and some follow-up messages. I provided her
follow-up to her messaging me because there was a mutual we were messaging.
So she's messaging you, and this reads only as I received.
Yeah, she responded.
And she says, I provided her text messages to TBI agent Brent Booth and Kathy Ferguson. Those are fun names. Special agents with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. The text messages I received and my responses, okay, she does say responses there, are attached. On Wednesday evening, April 3rd, Katie Spirko showed up at my house again. We did not have an appointment, and I was not interested in speaking to her. She stayed at my house for approximately 10 to 15 minutes. During her visit on April 3rd, Katie Spirko told me that she was working pro bono and that she knew that Zach Adams was innocent. I think, are they trying to take issue with you claiming that you work pro bono?
I don't know why they say that. Dana, I don't know why they say the things they say. Oftentimes, I'm reading things, and maybe I'm just an idiot, but I'm thinking like, yeah, like I did all that stuff, and what's the problem?
I couldn't tell you why they thought that was worth mentioning.
They must think it's nefarious.
Yeah. Like there's got to be some reason. But we talked outside in my yard, and during that conversation, Katie Spirko and my 3 dogs told me that my husband, Terry Britt, will be charged for Holly Bobo's murder. Katie
I did
Spirko
not
also
tell
told me
her that he would be charged for the murder.
Oh, we'll be the
Well,
judge of that.
yeah,
see.
we'll judge it. Katie Spirko also told me that I can be arrested as an accomplice, but that she can help me get an attorney. She went on to tell me that I need to get an attorney that will look out for my best interest because my husband, Terry, would not. The large vehicle came back to my house and picked Katie Spirko up. I do not know if she recorded our conversations. If she did, it will reflect what's in this affidavit. So, I mean, apparently we're gonna hear a 10 to 15 minute conversation that's already
Oh, we're
an
gonna
hour.
hear an over an hour conversation.
So we're gonna use, and let me refresh I was wondering if YouTube would populate. Oh. All right, guys. So I know it's been a long wait, but I'm very excited that in the course of us waiting, YouTube auto-populated closed captions. So I can't promise that they'll be accurate, but for parts that are difficult to hear, maybe that'll help us out. And thank you, Katie, for uploading this with a placeholder with the who's who pictures here.
Wow.
So, and you guys let me know. Volume will start here. Once they start talking, let me know if we should turn it up or down. Here we go, guys.
Hi. Are you doing like a hand raise for comments? Don't pause it for that.
We need a timeout for pause.
Hi. Hey, are you Jan? Hi, my name's Katie. And I'm so sorry to come here unannounced. I had your address and I didn't have your phone number. I'm a forensic psychologist. I'm assuming, has someone got in touch with you about the evidence that came up with Terry? I'm so sorry to show. There was some evidence that came up with Terry regarding the Holly Bobo situation.
I don't see how, because he didn't have nothing to do with it.
That's what I'm not law enforcement, but I'm working on the case, and I didn't know if you'd be open to speaking with me at all. I know a lot about you from going through
I don't know anything about it to tell you, because we didn't have nothing to do with the case.
And you guys you're still married, I believe. He's up in I know he's up in Thompson. I was going to go talk to him potentially, and I don't know how he's doing or how y'all are doing. And frankly, I've gone through all the records, and I'm a domestic violence advocate. I work with a lot of domestic violence cases, and I wanted to talk to you to find out if you wanted to talk to me. It seems like you have been in a difficult situation from the records I read. And I could be misunderstanding the records, but
What?
it seems like you've been in a difficult situation. It seems like he's not been very kind to you, but I could be misunderstanding. I'm looking at records and it doesn't always tell the whole story or the whole truth. So
You're right about that.
is there anything that you'd be open to talk to me about that might help shed light or help me understand? I'm basically just trying to kind of get an understanding of the situation and talk to people who are around who know and have some context.
Well, if you want to know about the Holly Bobo case, go to talk to whoever had something to do with it.
Well,
But I am.
Ma'am.
assuming I think there's a lot of corruption in the case regardless. I mean, so I don't trust anything unless I see it with my own 2 eyes. I think y'all were part of it in the sense that they were certainly suspecting you. What's that?
With their statements.
Yeah, I mean,
Because we didn't have nothing to do with it. Just because he has a record, that doesn't mean he had anything to do with it.
there are tons of people that had.
They said that I was unreliable because I'm his wife. Well, so fucking what?
Yeah. Were they?
He was here. I know he was here. There's no way he could have went and kidnapped her. He was here with me.
Were they aggressive or were they pushing you? I mean, were they trying to? I've had other people say that they were really trying to push confessions out of people or try to get people to change their stories, and would.
The day of the trial. That's the trial. I don't remember if it was the day the trial ended or one of the days of the trial. But anyway, FBI agent. Art. I can't think of.
Oh, Viveros.
Anyway,
Yeah.
he was the former FBI agent, and the former he was kind of in cahoots with the former
Terry Dicus. Yeah.
And they anyway toward the end of the case, the trial, Art came here and said to me that he said, I don't believe that Adams. He said he didn't.
Oh,
believe
Zach
that he
Adams.
did it. And he said, I want you to tell the truth and say that Terry did. I said, he didn't do it. I'm not saying nothing like that.
Well, I've seen all their records. I don't think anyone even. It's odd that they would say that because I don't think they thought. Even there are a lot of people that think that Terry did it. Even the people who think that Terry did it don't seem to think you had anything to do with it or had any knowledge of it.
But Terry didn't have anything to do with it. He was here with me.
What do you think? Because I know there are a lot of people that had records. Do you think there's anything that led them to point their finger at? Why would they? Does he have
just because he's got a lot of? He's on the sex offender registry. He's got a lot of history, I guess you'd say. But okay, I worked at the news. I worked at the News Leader. Okay.
I think we need a little bit of context here. So she just starts volunteering that she works at the newsletter here. Katie did not prompt this. And what we pulled up on screen earlier was a newspaper clipping. This was found in the Britt's shed, in a binder in the Britt shed. Clipping of the newspaper with a picture of Holly Bobo. Her name, she's named here underneath. So if you see somebody you like and their name's right there, that makes it easier to figure out how to go look for them. She just starts volunteering.
That's just scratch paper. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Because
That's just
they save it when there are typos and misspellings of names, of which there are none in here. They save them for scratch paper.
She needs scratch paper. Like, I mean, we all have files of scratch paper, don't we?
That have
I have a huge file
pictures of blonde women between the ages of 16 and 32
who happen to be unalived. Who are no longer with us.
There's that.
Yeah.
And this. Anyone want to contextualize this? And let me move Katie up here. Let me shrink us. Can anyone do a 60-second explanation of he was with me that day? I think Dana's actually the most cut out for it. Dana, let's see what you got. What is this alibi, supposed alibi for the Brits with the tub and the receipts? Dana, let's see what you got.
Yeah, so
on
the on the day in question, Terry Britt had been out delivering newspapers in the middle of the night, as was commonly done. Later that day, when Holly had disappeared, the TBI had almost nothing to work on, so they just said, all right, we're going to send cops out to find every registered sex offender in the area. By the time law enforcement got out to Terry Britt's house, he was there unloading a tub in his driveway from a truck, and he and his wife both claimed that they'd been together all day. Now,
after the third time law enforcement showed up, the first 2 times he wasn't home yet, and 3 vehicles were missing from his home.
Later, a witness at the News Leader said Janet had been at work that day and rather suddenly left after a phone call from Terry Britt. So there's a conflict.
By their phone records, she got a call at 10:17 and 10:29.
So there's a conflict already between what the two of them said and what other witnesses and records reveal. It later they stuck to that story and claimed that they had a receipt. And I don't know about you guys, but not only do I keep a lot of scratch paper around my house, but I also put receipts for salvage tubs in my safe with all of my most important documents. And so
all the time,
when pressed for proof of this alibi, Janet went to the safe and retrieved a receipt showing ostensibly that they had purchased this this tub that day. When Terry Dykes took that receipt to that store disavowed having ever written that receipt and said that's not a receipt that we would have written. It doesn't matter. This is not how we do business. So pretty quickly, Terry Britt's alibi collapsed. And it's also interesting that Art Viveros noticed, I think it was during a wiretap, that the way Janet Britt explained her vouching for this alibi and Terry Britt talking to her included that Terry Britt said something to her, I think it was in their home on the wiretap. He said, not, well, you know, I didn't do it because we were together all day. He said, you know, I wouldn't have done that, which is different than what you might say if you were talking to someone who was your we were together all day alibi.
Right.
He
Sounds
instead,
like-
he
It's a very
instead
different
prevailed
thing.
upon her to vouch for his character,
Right.
as not being a kidnapping, sex offending, violent sex offender. So anyway, the alibi that they offered when police finally did make contact with them that afternoon did not survive scrutiny at all.
I also think it's important. I think just the discrepancy is notable, that when they want to exclude a suspect, the fact that he has a handwritten receipt on the day of the day of the kidnapping is sufficient to say, well, it's not him, because Beth Boswell has been on other cases and opined that that company may have been committing tax evasion and not been reporting things. That's why they decided this receipt was accurate. But Zach has bank statements, security camera footage, telephone activity throughout the entire day that shows he was at home at the time Holly was being kidnapped, was active on his phone and Facebook, interacting with people while her phone was traveling north and stopped for half an hour. And we can, between the Sonic and the gas stations and the bank, basically map out everywhere he was that entire day. That's not sufficient. But Terry Britt's got a handwritten receipt about a bathtub that the location it came from disavows, and that's enough.
So how many days after Holly's missing are they over at the Britt residence getting this alibi information?
Yeah,
they stopped at the Britt house that day. They stopped twice and he was not home, and 3 of their cars were missing. Then later that afternoon they stopped and Britt had the bathtub. I actually do think they bought a bathtub. I think Janet bought it to establish the alibi while he was cleaning up. And I think he ripped it out to get rid of the DNA evidence. But Terry said that he couldn't remember what they did that day, so he needed Janet to come over to help him remember. So instead of waking up and realizing that's a terrible thing to do, they did not interview them separately, but rather let Janet come over and tell Terry Britt and the law enforcement what their mutual alibi was for that day, to which Terry Britt agreed. Wow. And then they didn't search the property and go in the home, look at the bathtub, any of that until January of 2012, 8 months after the attack, after he'd already ripped the bathtub and the flooring out and completely replaced all of it.
No, so his story was that, and I was going to backtrack to that. So their story was that the brand new bathtub that they had just bought 9 months earlier, they had ripped it out and disposed of it. That was his
story was that the bathtub had been leaking.
Oh, the bathtub
slowly for several weeks. They've been thinking, oh, I'll get a bathtub. So on the busiest news day of the history of that county, the manager of the only newspaper there decided to take the day off to go around salvage yards and shop for bathtubs with Terry Britt.
So here's my thing. If fuck the receipt. If you're a cop, aren't you driving to the bathtub place that day with a picture of Terry Britt and saying, hey, was this guy in your store today or yesterday? You remember this guy? Like, did that happen?
I'd want to know why someone is ripping out their bathtub on the same day that someone was kidnapped, and maybe that's related. I don't know.
But did they go to the bathtub place and ask with a picture of Terry Britt and say, was this guy in your store?
No, they did not.
Because
although they did go check on the
They
receipt.
did eventually go, and the store, All Good Salvage, said that they did not sell a bathtub that day or even that week. And if they had sold a bathtub, it would have followed a different pricing structure than what was listed on the receipt. And Terry had a drinking buddy who worked at the store who could have given him very easy access to the handwritten receipts because they go out drinking regularly. And I can't remember if it was that drinking buddy or a different drinking buddy that alleged their main drinking spot was over on County Corner Road where Holly Bobo's remains were found. Until after that crime was committed, they never went back there again.
I mean, but if you're a good cop, you're not going in hot saying, did these people buy a fucking bathtub? You're going in and saying, was this man in your store? Without giving him, like, you know, because if they are evading taxes and they do keep shitty records and there's some that they, you know, cash under the table, whatever. That's why you go in initially and you say, hey, was this guy in this store either today or yesterday or whenever, whatever period of time, because that's when you can establish whether or not the guy's full of shit, right? Not
Bob,
itself. I don't know, man. It's crazy.
You're so cute. I can tell you're only on the beginning of day one of the trial.
This case, I'm already pissed.
Well, I can see what you're saying though, Bob, because you wouldn't want someone not to answer those questions because they're thinking it's for like you just said, like not paying taxes.
You're not giving them an out, right? You're just asking whether or not
that's really smart. I think that's a really good way to approach it. So I appreciate you actually saying that.
Yeah. I mean,
the irony of it is, I think maybe the tax thing might be true, and that's like the one piece of the story that's true. They did buy a bathtub because Terry Britt went around 10:30 in the morning and picked her up at the News Leader and brought her home. I think the crime was planned, but the day and time was not. It was impulsive, and we could get into that backstory at some point. But I think Terry Britt went and got Janet to establish an alibi. I think he had Janet go buy a bathtub for the purpose of establishing an alibi while he went back and cleaned up whatever he needed to clean up. So I think that's why she's so frustrated about it. I think they actually did. And I think it makes sense that he would want to replace the bathtub because
but that's my point. The receipt isn't proof that he was there.
Exactly.
It might have been proof that one of them was there. That's why I keep saying, ask the question. Was this guy with a picture of Terry Britt, was this guy in the store with that woman who may or may not have bought a bathtub? Did you see this guy in the last 2 days? I mean, how many people are buying fucking bathtubs in rural Tennessee on a daily basis? Thousands of people? I don't think so. You know,
well, none apparently, because they had 0 bathtubs in inventory on the day.
There you go. So it seems highly likely that
if you look at his phone records, after he told the law enforcement that he went to All Good Salvage to buy a bathtub that day, he made like 2 or 3 calls to All Good Salvage.
Wow.
Probably to see if they had bathtubs. Like after he gave that report.
Yeah. That's something. That's something. Like, I mean, the telephone call from the property. So let me ask you guys, because I don't know, and I'm sure a lot of my followers don't know. In terms of were they able to geolocate his phone when they're claiming, or did they just, was this a trust me bro situation?
He was not using his phone until 12:17 p.m. that day. The first phone activity he had was a incoming call from one of his ex-wives, Brenda Seagraves, to him, and then it was 12:25. You see his truck going past Am Farm, where basically the timing would work out perfectly if Brenda Seagraves, who had been his accomplice on previous assaults when they were married, had called and said, hey, they're looking for you. And then he left his home to go dump her cell phone at the location where it was found. The timing would work out perfectly for when his truck was seen passing the Am Farm security camera footage. And then that afternoon, when Terry Britt and Janet Britt are alleging they were together all day, there was at least 1 2-minute phone call between the two of them where they were on different cell sectors going in different directions. And Janet Britt describes the reason for the phone call as she thought she left her phone at home. And so they were calling it to see if it was in the truck or not, but it was answered and there was a 2-minute call. So that's false. I don't it's not the time to argue with her. So I don't call her out on stuff, but I think that's in the interview.
There's another piece to this puzzle too. And Bob, you are just wait till you get to the Terry Britt testimony.
My head's already
at this
exploding,
trial.
man.
It's like just when you think it can't
yeah.
get any weirder and there's too many layers, then we bring up the animal sex parties and it just all goes out the window.
So, but wait till you get to the Terry Britt testimony at the trial, because it turns out that a couple of weeks before Holly Bobo is kidnapped, Terry Britt and his wife go to Walmart and buy burner phones and like 1,000 minutes.
Oh my God.
And when Terry Britt is, because he's a registered sex offender, he is required to disclose whether he has a cell phone and what the phone number is.
Yeah.
When he is confronted at the trial with this, he says, I ain't got no cell phone.
Wow.
Oh, you mean the one I carry in my pocket all the time?
Holy shit, dude.
So the answer to your question is the cell phone, he is strangely not located by cell phone activity as to known phones until the timing that Dr. Spirko just gave you. But there is evidence that he had burner phones, and he was quite evasive about his phones and what phones he had and when he used them and all that. So wait till you will fall over laughing at Terry Britt's testimony. He is either the very worst truth teller in history or the very worst liar in history, one or the other.
Yeah, he is he's Ron Logan from the Delphi days. He's like literally Ron Logan.
Well, and look at with Richard Allen, it's just, if you look at Dylan Adams testifying, and even Zach, although he's not, Zach seems like a drug dealer. He doesn't seem like a sadistic sex offender murderer, but he seems like someone that has some criminal background. Dylan, your heart breaks when you watch Dylan, who's embarrassed. I can't remember what it was. It was some term that was sexual in nature. And when you watch the
front and back,
it's like he's embarrassed and he gets ready even saying terms that have an underlying sexual connotation. Wow. And you compare that affect to when you watch Terry Britt being interviewed and interrogated and on the stand. It's like, which one is a rapist?
Right.
Y'all, I have not heard this yet. I'm dying. I need to hear the rest.
We gotta get back into the interview.
Yes. Shout out to Janet.
I need to know what happens.
Yeah.
Good Janet, keeping us on track.
Yes.
So the newsletters.
Janet gets
I'll run it back like 15 seconds so we get any missing
What
context.
do I get, Lana? I get something?
You get a cowbell.
Cowbell.
Oh, God.
I want a cowbell.
I guess you'd say. But okay. I worked at the newsletter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was taught waste not, want not. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they had these great big sheets of 11 by 17 or whatever, the size of that they did the printout, the proofing.
Oh yeah.
Okay, they print them out, and then you go through them and you look and see the errors on them before, and that the proofing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the back of them, they only printed on one side. The back of them was clear, was unopened. So I am one to fold them, cut them in half, and I use those for scratch paper.
Yeah.
Instead of going out and buying scratch paper.
Yeah.
I even did it when I worked on this newsletter.
That makes sense to me.
Anything I'd tear it in half and use paper. Okay? Well, when they were going through our stuff out in the storage shed out there, they found these where it was the annual.
Oh, I remember that, yep.
And because some of the girls' names were highlighted, it was name errors or something.
Oh, yeah.
But they said that Terry was...
then they're piecing. Okay.
Just because I had them in a folder where I was using for scratch paper, they said that he was stalking blonde girls. That's because he was. That's stupid.
Got it.
I was the one that had him in there for scratch paper.
That makes sense. Have you? You're not still at the newsletter, are you?
No.
Oh.
They got me fired.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it's pleasant being here, frankly. Is there still a lot of...
I don't care. I don't go nowhere.
Yeah.
But it's just stupid stuff like that. On the day, I am forgetful. I'll put my phone on the charger and I forget.
Yep.
Okay.
It's funny.
They're saying that I was not with Terry, that I was at home the day that day when we went to Camden to look for the bathtub, and then we went to down to Decaturville because I'd seen that there was one down there, but it wouldn't fit. It wouldn't fit in the. Going down our hallway and into the it's just no way that it would fit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we went back to the get back and got the one at which was a 3-piece. Because it come off the tub and it had a slit up. Not a slit, but a seam on the back.
Yeah.
So it was 2 pieces, so we could get it in there.
Yeah.
So we went back to Camden to get it. Okay. Well, so apparently along in there sometime, somebody called my number, or it might have been Terry thought that the phone was in the car. He called it to see if it would ring in the car. Because I couldn't find my phone.
Yeah.
But I'd left it home on the charger.
Yeah.
But they're saying, oh, you weren't home. You weren't even with him because you were at home because your phone was at home.
That makes sense. So you're calling it to find out where it is and it's on the charger at home. That makes perfect sense. What
just stupid stuff
like piecing things together. What was the whole thing with the receipts? They were making a big deal about the receipts.
They said that we weren't over at Camden and bought the bathtub because it was because they do handwritten receipts and that they didn't have any record of it or some.
Yeah.
But I had one for that and one where we bought the linoleum for the floor. For the bathroom and kitchen. Yep. But we bought that from the other place, from the other All Goods. But it's not my fault that they handwrite receipts.
Yeah.
I can't control that.
Yeah.
I went in and paid them.
Yeah.
I sure paid attention.
Do you remember?
So notice how she's saying it's she. She goes in.
Uh-huh.
I went in and paid them.
Yeah.
So
yeah. And she's talking about the problem with the phones because that was the whole thing is that he wasn't supposed to have a phone. And so she's trying to cover for why so-and-so would be calling or not calling. I mean, that was a big problem that didn't get addressed.
Yep. And this whole time, all Katie has said is what was going on with those receipts. They talked a lot about those receipts. This whole thing about the scrap paper, the picture in the shed, was not brought up. We didn't get into detail about anybody making these calls, but she's yapping. She's yapping.
What did you use to record her? Like, how did you get this so clear? It's like a really good recording. That's my.
It's just an iPhone.
Seriously, that's awesome.
I love a Carhartt because the front pocket fits an iPhone perfectly, and the interior pocket fits a compact 9mm really well.
Yes. Okay. See, that's me. I'm like, dude, this is a great.
We had it enhanced. We had the vocals enhanced. We didn't edit anything, but my husband painstakingly went through and deleted thousands of dog barks, and we enhanced your voice just
the old dog barks.
That's pretty good. This is for when I go and interview webs. So kind of good.
He was barking.
You need a Carhartt. Just put that phone upside down, Carhartt. You need 2 phones, Carhartt.
Oh man.
I know it's a long time ago, but I know they questioned you upside down about it. Do you remember if you paid cash or if you paid with a card?
I paid cash. I don't have a credit card.
That makes sense then, because I mean, a lot of places will get rid of receipts if you pay cash just for tax purposes. Oh, the shovels?
By the way, what about those shovels?
One
more thing.
One more thing. The shovels.
You go big or go home.
You can vehicle up here if you want to. Save you having to walk now.
What's that? Oh, thank you.
So she's letting me right now. She's letting me walk up to her home because we're kind of standing in the driveway area by the close to the mailbox where I got out and hoped that the dogs wouldn't attack me. And they're sweet dogs. They did not attack me. But she then invites me to go up to the house to see the shovels that are still wrapped in it. Like they have brown paper and they have the evidence tape wrapped over them. She's never
shut the front door.
Yeah. And so she's like, oh, you can come up and see them. And so I didn't know if I had passed the test and that I'm now being invited up to the house or if that was the test. And I was also very clearly remembering the case file photos where she has like 3 machetes hanging right inside her door.
But you were threatening her, and you were the one saying, I'm going to show you evidence. But here she is inviting you further in. Here's some evidence that I still have sealed, and if I'm keeping it sealed, maybe it's just because I'm weird, but maybe it's because I want to keep it intact, but you're such a scary person that might be trying to damage things and do bad things with evidence, but let me walk you over to this thing. Like, it just doesn't
heirlooms.
math.
You know, they were, because, right, they were heirlooms. He was saying they were, because she kept calling the TBI asking when they're going to bring them back, because she was saying they were family heirlooms that were passed down. This old shovel that seemed to have like biological material on it still as she's unwrapping it. It was.
How are you rating this so far? Good, Janet?
I mean, she is talking like a Jaybird's fanny in a windstorm. It's just going and going.
Yeah, Art Viveros and Terry Dygus did not think she would talk to me, so I was feeling a little motivated, like, to show the boys up. It's like
sometimes just a nice silence, awkward silence makes people just blah, 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 and you're like, oh yeah.
No one would ever think I could employ the awkward silence. I'm surprisingly good at it. When the situation calls for it, I can shut the fuck up long enough to.
I bet you can't.
Dana.
Yeah, you know, Janet Britt gives me. Did you guys watch Ozark? She's got that like the Darlene Snell vibe. You guys remember that character in Ozark? Like the mom, the grandmom who was, you know, kind of running the whole opium trade there, and she'd
just
like,
blowing people away,
killing her husband and in the forest. Yeah, she's got those vibes. I don't know what it is. Yeah.
Maybe that's why she's hot on the market. Everybody wants to wife her up.
I mean, you know.
She's good on her knees, man.
Oh boy. Wait, let me put the banner up.
Allegedly.
For begging, you sickos.
Sweet dogs. Oh, it's still in the evidence? Wow.
I just got it back not long ago.
Really?
Yeah, they had it almost 10 years.
That's bizarre. That's not right. Because they had said they gave it back to you right away. They didn't.
No, that's bullshit.
Holy shit.
I didn't get it back till sometime last year.
Wow. Wow.
This is the shovel. It's a grain shovel.
Yeah.
See it?
Yeah.
The grain shovel.
You show me how you're going to dig dirt with that. It's a grain shovel.
Yeah.
We lived on the farm in Michigan. We had a big grain bin. This was used, you scrape the shovel, scrape the grain, and you put it in a bag so you can tie it up and carry the grain.
Yeah.
Okay? It's a grain shovel. Okay?
Yeah.
When you're doing grain, you got snakes and mice and stuff. If you see one, what do? You use a shovel.
Yeah.
Okay?
That makes sense.
And not only that, my dad was a diabetic, so he bled easily.
Oh,
So if there's any blood on anywhere, it'd either be my dad's or snake or mouse.
Yeah,
or rat
that
or
makes
something.
sense. Yeah.
Real quick.
There's
Trained FBI cadaver dogs do not hit on the smell of blood. They hit on the smell of human decomposition, dead human flesh. I'm sorry to be morbid, but it is an important distinction. If you got the beatus, I do, and you're bleeding on a shovel, that's not going to cause a cadaver dog to hit on the shovel. Is what it is.
It's also kind of weird. Like, here's my long laundry list of things that could trigger a hit. Just volunteering that to you.
Hey, that's nothing but a grain shovel.
She's like, that's for scooping grain and cutting heads off rats. You don't shovel dirt with a grain shovel. You decapitate animals and you shovel grain. And she's like mimicking this for me. And literally, a rat at some point in this interaction like runs between us and like pops into her dog's water dish and then like jumps out and runs away under a box. And I'm just thinking, like, I don't want to die here. I don't want to die here, but I'm getting good information. I'm not going to leave. I'm going to just keep waiting. Let's see how long she's going to talk.
So I do have they can hit on blood too. But I think it's like a broader, isn't there 2 categories of it too, depending on what the dog units are trained for? Or am I just getting confused as a layperson?
Dogs and human remains dogs, and HR dogs or human remains dogs are specific to the smell of human decomposition. So they do not hit on human biologic material that is not the scent of human decomposition, and they do not hit on other species decomposition that is not human.
But if it was blood that was like sitting, drying out, that wouldn't get a hit then?
My understanding is it would not, but we could probably, I would be interested. I would love to talk to a dog handling person, an HR dog person, and find out everything that there is to know about that. Because I think
you didn't learn enough from your experience with this interview.
Oh, well, I'm talking to them.
I think it's important to point out how many unsolicited explanations for incredible minutiae Janet offers when Dr. Spirko is mostly just saying, "Oh, wow," or "That makes sense." Janet moves from one unsolicited, irrelevant, seemingly unneeded explanation for how something that could look nefarious or guilty absolutely isn't. I left my phone on the charger. We just had to get a tub. It's a grain shovel. See, just one time after another, she's filling in details to explain away accusations that haven't been made.
Now, and Sheriff Chuck says human remains dogs hit on blood as it decomposes. I think that's important. I mean, I want to give her every,
opportunity.
Every opportunity,
every
benefit of doubt possible. So I'm glad if they hit on blood as it decomposes, maybe it's a coincidence and her diabetic dad or whoever it was is why the human remains dogs were hitting on those shovels. We still don't know why they were hitting.
I mean, it could be the snakes or the rats.
Well, those would be non-human, so that would not be they would not hit on that, but they would hit on potentially blood of a human as it's decomposing.
Hold on, there's
facts have checked out so far. So
yeah. So one thing too that is relevant to this moment in time, there's a jail call between Janet and Terry, and it's shortly after the search of their home.
So bad.
And during this call, Janet is explaining to Terry Britt that when they asked her why, when they mentioned to her that the dogs had hit on a van, the two of them start talking about, well, we had that old meat in there. We had that old
scrap meat.
We had this scrap meat, whatever. So they start talking between themselves about why a dog might have hit on the van, and then Janet says, one of them, and I think it's Katie.
Well, Terry says, "Well, I know there ain't been no motherfucking human flesh in that old red van."
Right.
Well, what about the white van?
Right. The white van.
Right.
And then Janet, it's like Janet in her mind is like, "Oh, this might be recorded." She's like, "Or the white van."
Yeah. Or it's also something like, there better not be.
Yeah. Or at least it wasn't since we owned it.
I've got to chime in here and say that you guys are just hysterical. Got me laughing out loud.
This is a nice way for saying play the video.
I mean, especially with the accent and the your recreation there, it's too much. It's too much. But hi, everybody.
No such thing as too much. Good to see you, Allie.
Good, Janet.
I was going to say, Bob, you've changed.
Sneak in.
There it is.
I mean, I'll tell you this and then let you get back to the recording because it's like thoroughly entertaining and shocking. It's like ridiculous. But, our PI, everything that you have done is like standard. You go unannounced often. It depends on who you're going to see. Sometimes you try to schedule. Sometimes it's best to just show up. Also, I'm on the search for the truth. So if, and you're talking to a family member, if your son is innocent, then I'm going to shed light on that. Then it's going to make it's going to settle his name once and for all. And I've had RPI used to have, now I'm not sure if used to have a psychologist on staff that was a PI. Now, I don't know if he was just licensed under he actually worked for our PI's company. So I don't know if that's only how he was licensed, but I think he was actually separately licensed as well. But it's not unusual for someone to want to use someone who's got the background of understanding people and, to be able to, line up the conversation in a way that gets what you want to get. So your skills are invaluable in that sense. And I was reading that affidavit, like I was feeling exactly like you, like, oh, so that's all right. That was good. Way to go. Nice work.
It's important for reasons that are not obvious at this moment to state unequivocally that Dr. Spirko was not and never did act as a PI in this case.
Never. I have one question. When she's talking about the shovel and that she just got it back, when was TBI or whoever returned it saying that they gave it to them?
I think it was years after. I have somewhere in the case file, I could give you that date. I couldn't offhand, but there were several interactions where Janet's reaching out and she's saying it's a family heirloom. They're like collectible farm implements that they want back.
So do you believe that she's lying about that? Or do you believe there's a chance that like she's actually telling the truth and that they just gave it back like a year ago? When you were there, what did you feel like that it was all bogus that she was saying? Or
I do not think that her concern about the return of the pickaxes and shovel and hammer were because they were family collectibles. I think that she didn't want those in the TBI custody for reasons that we could all have nightmares about.
Okay, but was she saying bullshit like, oh, bullshit to the date? Or was she saying like bullshit to...
I think the date that they got them back, I don't have any. I know the date they got them back. It's in the case file. I just don't remember.
Okay. I didn't know
I don't think she was dishonest about it. If I remember right, she was accurate about it.
Okay, cool.
So there we go. And anyone that's just listening, there is a picture of two of the vans, and you can see some of the tools at the bottom. But we're going to get back to the audio. But just for all of the listeners out there, if you didn't realize that was on screen and wanted to see the Britt vans, some of the Britt vans, there they are. And then here we go. Back to, for rats, for snakes, this grain shovel.
No way that this shovel could have been used to dig anything. You can't dig with that.
I'm shocked they only gave it back to you last year because that's not what they said. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be shocked of anything anymore.
If I were to take time, I could go in there and tell you the exact date. And then this is my dad's. You see, they were both. This was my dad's stuff.
Yeah.
That's why I was in that storage trailer down there, because it's my dad's. It's sentimental. I just ain't got it taken down there yet.
That makes sense.
But anyway, this is an axe. My dad's axe.
Yeah.
It's been so long. But anyway, this is my dad's axe. And again, if there was blood on it, it would have been, well, it was used to kill chickens.
Well, exactly, yeah.
It could have been my dad's because he was a diabetic. He bled easily.
Well, and I remember them acting like it wasn't antique, but I can see how that would definitely have sentimental value. I mean, that was something that would have sentimental value for sure. How did they give it? Did someone come by and give them to you?
No, I had to go to make arrangements and go to Jackson and pick them up. And I had to keep calling to get them.
Were they treating you? I mean, were they hostile with you?
I don't know. Is it hostile?
I bet not. In the bed.
Just like I got to get something going on. Backfield advantage, waste not, want not.
Aaron, you had it, are you people?
I don't know if you could say it was hostile. And it depends on, say, after the trial, Booth, SSA Booth, he's the one that took so long to get it back. But it sounded to me like they weren't giving it to him to give back to me.
Huh.
He didn't have access to it.
I don't think they kept very good track of anything with the evidence. So
because They say, well, it's here, it's there. It'll be brought up. When it gets here, I'll call you a month later, 2 months later. You got it, yeah? No, it's still, I mean,
Yeah.
but it's not being hostile.
Yeah.
It's just.
But when they were speaking with you and that, just some of the other people said they were really trying to get people to change their stories and kind of pushing people.
Well, I don't know how true it is. His Terry's sister-in-law says they offered her money.
Oh, really? Wait, the law enforcement?
Dykus?
The Dykus offered her money?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was wondering, I don't know what ever happened to they had reward money, and I don't know.
I don't know if it might have been reward money. I don't know, but he offered her money.
Huh. I did not know that. Were they calling around to a lot? I mean, so they got you fired at the news leader over. Mm-hmm. How soon after?
They came up with this. They did the search warrant on January 17th,
2012.
12. Yeah, 12. January 2012. And that's when they did the search warrant.
Mm-hmm.
They arrested Terry on bogus charges. And they used the trailer there.
Mm-hmm.
They busted the glass. If they hadn't taken him, he'd have unlocked anything for him. The trailer down yonder, you have to have a bit long. They bolt cutters cut it. They cut any kind of lock to get into everything, and they messed everything up and everything with it. Anyway, that's when they started, and then they let him up. Here's a good one for you. That day, we were expecting somebody to come up from Bose to come out and bring the part for the stove that we bought. I went through the door. But he calls me. He calls me and says, "Hey, I can't get down there to bring the part down to you because they won't let me down the road. They say the power is off. The road lines are in the road or something, so they won't let us down the road." So I tried calling Terry, and I got an answer machine. If the power's off, how do you freaking answer machine?
Yeah.
So I got worried, and I said I need to. I told him I need to go, and I come out to my car, and the tire was flat. The tire in my van was sitting in the parking lot. Okay, so I turn around and start to head back in. My phone rings, and it's
Did they swap
Randy
cars
Cagle,
or something?
The investigator.
Cars,
Is this weird? Yeah, did they swap cars when the pickup from work happened or something?
Yeah, I think he went home and he swapped cars and then went and got her.
And then that's why
call her.
We had a flat tire, so I couldn't just get in the car myself and drive. We couldn't drive the car for the rest of the day because it was sitting there with a flat tire.
So the flat tire is actually a different day. She's talking about in December or January when they ran the search warrant.
The search warrant, that's
they let the air out of her tire so that she had a flat tire and couldn't drive home. And then they had a TBI agent be like, "Oh, well, I could come pick you up," because what they were doing is trying to maintain control of the situation by driving her and not having her with access to transportation of her own. Because she wasn't under arrest, so they wanted her out of the house so they could place the wiretaps.
Or is the threatening? Are you going to start threatening soon, or has that happened?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to decide where this is going to come into play here.
We haven't heard it yet.
Same, Allie.
Right,
Same.
exactly.
This is the nicest feel of ever. Like this.
Decatur County Sheriff's Department investigator, and he says, "We need you to come down to the sheriff's office." I said, "Well, as soon as I get my flat tire fixed, I will be right down there." He said, "Well, how about if," he said, I'm just getting into town. How about if I just swing by and pick you up?" I said, "Okay." So he stopped by, and he was there within 5 minutes and picked me up. Took me over to Caterville. And they questioned me and everything. and they said that they had arrested Terry and blah blah blah, and there was a U.S. Marshal, John something.
Walker.
And they, after they were asking me all their questions and stuff, and I said, they said, well, they were going to probably release him on his own recognizance, but I'd be able to, just take him home. Well, see, at that time, I was driving that van, and it's 01, and there was something wrong with it, and you couldn't, at night, the lights might work or they might not.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It was getting that light, kind of that evening. I said, I've got to go, before I can take him home, I've got to go home and swap vehicles, because they said it'd be an hour or so.
Yeah.
And it'd be after dark, and then I'm not driving a vehicle.
Yeah.
So I said, I'm going to go home, and they told me to get some clothes for him and stuff, because they were just in his pajama pants when they arrested him. It's all.
Yeah.
So there was a police car down there. They let me, they saw it was me and let me through. I come up here, stopped right in there, and Terry Dykes walks up to me. I didn't know him.
Yeah.
Or had, I might have seen him before, but I didn't remember.
Yeah.
So I handed him my car. He said they said that they'd done the other vehicles. They needed to check that vehicle. Okay. I said, fine. I said, I've got to go. I got to get some clothes and then go go get Terry.
Go pick him up, yeah.
I forgot this part. When they said they were going to release him and stuff, I said, well, I got to go back and I got to get my tire fixed.
Yeah.
And the marshal says, oh, I think I know about somebody that's got an air tank. It'll fix it right up. They had let the air out of my tire to keep me from going anywhere.
Oh.
Those
So he knew it wasn't
crafty people.
What's the dog drinking the water sounds crazy.
That's when the rat jumped in the water dish, and I'm just like, ooh, I just let me live.
I mean, you were really holding your shit together. I have to say, you're staying very even keeled, and
if there's one thing I'm really good at, it's putting myself in very dangerous, chaotic situations and just underreacting to all of it. It's my only skill, but I'm maximizing what I can do with it.
I saw someone comment, I think your voice changed when she brought, I don't know if it was the axe.
I brought out the axe.
Right.
Yeah, it did. Honestly, the place has, like,
talking
you feel it.
Like, they had no idea that you recorded this when they wrote that up. There's just no way that they thought you recorded this when you wrote that up, David. I mean, they could write that at the end all they want and say, oh, once we, if she did record this, wait till you hear this. That was the complete bluff of a lifetime. Because I mean, unless something terribly goes 180 here, this is the most, I think you've said 6 words.
Janet is the
That's why you always have 2 phones, because if you have your phone out and you look like you're using it and then you put it away, people don't think you have another phone that you're recording on.
I got 2 phones, one for the.
Now that you gave the secret away, now you gotta have 3 phones,
right?
Yeah,
maybe I already do. Maybe I got.
I thought you were wearing like those new glasses that they have. Like you could have like these AI new glasses, and they record, and they. People are telling me like to go buy. Like I've been getting emails like left and right. Lana, you need to go buy these glasses. Blah blah blah. And I was like looking them up. I'm like, these are sweet.
Can we get some kind of company that makes cool shit to sponsor us in some way?
Yes.
Because I would love to have disguises be more a part of my daily life.
Yeah, like some ballpoint pens too. Like yeah, exactly. I feel you.
Yeah, whatever.
You mean like the secret recorder pen that Jennifer Thompson had?
Like some shit. Exactly.
I got a pen that's actually a knife. I mean, that's kind of cool, right?
Yes, very cool.
Especially if an axe is coming out.
Exactly.
Or maybe it's too small.
Well,
this is great.
If there was a rat running across the floor, the shovel was right there. Why didn't we use the shovel that we used for the rats right then and there to take care of the rat that was running across the floor?
I'm glad you didn't, though. It was a weird enough day without that.
She's a talker.
Can I just tell you guys that I knew about this recording. I knew about this interview. I knew that Katie had done this before we rolled past this place. As part of our investigation and early on in our podcast creation. And when we pulled up on this place, I looked at Katie and I said, don't you ever fucking do some shit like that again. Ever.
I've done more shit like that since then.
Because it's so scary. Like, it's pretty scary over there
Got
now.
a vibe. It's got a vibe. Like you're not gonna live again.
Look at that. Look at that. You didn't get to go inside though. You didn't
It's
have
a
to
dark, dark place.
If you zoom in on that mailbox, you'll see Ed Martin's name is rusting off.
For real?
Yeah.
Well, okay, it's not gonna. I mean, that's all I get.
I
Yeah,
bet I
That's how I.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'll take your word.
There's a Chester molester van. See that white van there?
Oh yeah.
Hey, is that a truck behind it?
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh boy.
Several of the vehicles were there. I mean, they were all there when I was there, and there was a lot more just.
I mean, this needs to be on the cover of the podcast. I don't care what you guys say, part 2. Like, this is the cover.
All Chester the molester van, as they describe them, allegedly.
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 Let me put the banner.
He knew it wasn't.
He knew
didn't
it
have
just
an
air
alien.
let out tire because they did it.
Oh,
Because otherwise, how would he know that just airing it up would work?
exactly. So did he come air it up?
I called James at Bose's and he brought a tank over there and aired it up for me.
And it aired up just
Aired
fine?
it up just fine. That's all it was, is needed air.
Aired it up.
Holy.
Aired it up.
Oh, it's that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, and then I got here and I went, they asked me some questions and they wanted to know if I'd opened the safe or they could take it and with them and bust it open. So, well, give me a minute and I opened it. I opened it for them.
Yeah.
I got clothes and stuff, and I handed my keys to Terry Dykes. He lost my freaking keys.
What?
Yes, he lost my keys because mine had the valet key on it.
Yeah.
Okay, and Terry's set didn't. Okay, one of the valet key was mine. That's what I handed to him. I never seen them again. They lost my freaking keys. You know how scary that is to think somebody's got your keys in your car?
Yeah. That would make me uncomfortable.
I mean, just you wouldn't believe all the stuff. And neither he or I had anything to do with any of it.
When did you find out about it?
About what?
The abduction?
When we were driving from Camden to Decaturville, it was on a long straight stretch. There's a couple of them. I don't remember which one it was. Terry's ex-wife called and asked if we'd heard about that. And no, we hadn't heard nothing about it. And she was telling us about it. Somehow she went and get her hair done, or somebody come to her house or something, was related to somebody.
Yeah.
So, but that's the first we found out. That's the first we knew about it, was when she told us.
Was Terry immediately concerned they were going to try to pin it on him or put it on him?
Not concerned, but he knew they'd come question him.
Yeah.
Because
there was an Amber Alert.
Sex offender.
Yeah.
You know, they're gonna come. They're gonna.
And let's tie that together. There's an Amber Alert,
and
she
find
works at a
out about
newspaper.
Yes. Must be a really crappy newspaper. Maybe that's why she got fired.
and took all the clippings. There's no good use for it except to use it as scrap paper. Oh boy.
All right, I just had to add that. I know there was an Amber Alert. So why are you lying about something so trivial?
And just rambling. Where's Katie speaking? Katie basically said, "Oh," and here we are, like 10 yaps later.
This lady's got
Napoleon
diarrhea of the mouth.
I've been quoting this a lot lately. When the enemy is making a mistake, you do not interrupt him.
When did she say that she had gotten that notification about the abduction?
When they were driving.
Was it like driving back from the tubs, or did she say specific? I couldn't hear that last part there.
We'll run it back. We can run it back.
Okay, I
think it's a good question because that's making me think she wanted to get it out there to make it seem like that alert is not the reason she left work.
Yeah,
or was calling Terry, trying to get in touch with Terry.
Yeah, I just want to hear. Yeah, exactly. I feel you, Kat, on that. Yep.
I think let's see.
something was related to somebody to
Yeah.
and so, but that's first we found out. That's first we knew about it was when she told us.
Was Terry immediately concerned they were going to try to pin it on him or put it on him?
Not concerned, but he knew they'd come question.
Was that far enough
Yeah.
back?
Can you go back just a little bit more? Who's the she when she says that? Can you just go back a little bit more?
Brenda
Yeah, yeah.
Graves, probably wife number
I think
6.
the ex-wife is the
You're
she.
gonna have a field day when the phone records
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
following this kidnapping with Brenda C. Graves, wife number 6.
Okay.
I think she's the accomplice.
All the stuff. And neither here I had anything to do with any of it.
When did you find out about it?
About what?
The abduction?
When we were driving from Camden to Decaturville, it was on a long straight stretch. There's a couple of them. I don't remember which one it was. Terry's ex-wife called and asked if we'd heard about that. And no, we hadn't heard nothing about it. And she was telling us about it. Somehow she went to get her hair done, or somebody come to her house or something was related to somebody to.
Yeah.
And so, but that's first we found out. That's first we knew about it was when she told.
So do they have to find a way to explain why there's a, is that what you're thinking, Lana? They have to explain why there's a call to, what's her full name again?
C. Graves.
Well, my first question is the reason that I'm saying this is because who had phones on them? They're driving in a car, right? So they're like, we're driving and we got a phone call. So let me get this straight. An ex-wife is calling the new wife, or did they call Terry's phone? Because remember, wasn't that just said back a minute ago that they were trying to call around to find Terry's phone and it was on some charger?
Terry
She was saying that she was saying that they were trying to call her phone, as in Janet, to see if she had it or if she left it at home. But that's not true because the phone call was answered and lasted about 2 minutes.
Okay.
Then she's saying they tried to call Brenda C. Graves. That phone call was at 12:17 p.m. It was from Brenda C. Graves to Terry Britt. That was the first activity on his cell phone of that day. Now, a week prior, he had bought burner phones, and they found multiple burner phones at his home, and he bought thousands of minutes to go along with them.
So I think we just caught her in a lie here, though, then, because they didn't get a call. She was the one that called. You get what I'm trying to say? Like they weren't driving along to receive a call. Yeah. So I think that's what I wanted to run back. So that's a lot.
It is true that there is this very odd relationship between Terry Britt, one of his ex-wives, Brenda C. Graves, and his current wife, Karen Britt.
Were they having a threesome?
They are
have a lot of threesomes. So Mark, the guy who worked at Newsleader was having a threesome with them.
Okay.
There are a lot of people that were having threesomes.
Allegedly, get the.
No, I mean for his own admission.
Okay. So they were on that Camden stretch, and she said that she got a phone call. Okay. Thank you.
Now, I just want to point out that if a girl is kidnapped in Franklin, Tennessee tomorrow, where I live, I do not expect my phone to light up with people telling me I better get home and get my alibi straightened out.
Right?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's a great point. Wish I was quicker on this, trying to pull up some of the belongings found after the search. So Dana, this is a clip from a video that Dana did talking about this in detail. He was not found at the house, but it's just a screenshot because that's where all of this was
I was not in the Terry Britt murder trailer. Thank you.
So we have computers.
The various extensive rape porn he was looking up at the time.
Yes, this like tiny, and let me see if I can zoom in on that. Let's see if that one lets us zoom in. And you will hear about that at trial if you have not watched the trial yet and you're getting into that now. You will hear questions about that. Yeah, I don't know why. It's just weird zooming in on pictures on Twitter. It never really wants to play nice. Let's try this. So, and it's going to be blurry, but
I'll send it to you on Signal.
I mean, the context of it was like rape, kidnapping. It was all those types of keywords for
rape, kidnapping, rape,
anal rape,
anal, kidnapping, rape. It's just like.
And this came back on the extraction?
Yeah, this was his computer.
This was his search terms.
What was the dates of those?
Those were in January, but they just didn't have previous to that. That's when the search was. They only had like a month.
So they had like January of like 2012.
Mm-hmm.
And then all these devices for someone that's not supposed to have cell phones. And hard drives. Now, if you're into technology, like it might, and you do stuff that has, it might not be that weird to have hard drives, but it's a bit odd if you're not and you just have a bunch of hard drives, right? I feel like the average person doesn't have a bunch of hard drives lying around.
Oh, oops.
I've got hundreds of them.
But you guys are attorneys.
I got them.
Yeah.
I got them everywhere. Tucked
You guys
in
are attorneys.
drawers.
And
I'm
this was
kidding.
a different time too.
Yeah,
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of hard drives and random phones in their house. And his ponytail was there. He got his ponytail off right after.
Mm,
Yeah, to
Clint
change his
saw-
appearance.
had to.
Because remember, Clint Bobo, who looked out the window, saw his sister being walked into the woods with a man, taller in stature, barrel-chested body, looked like he used to work out but didn't anymore, with long hair.
Mhm.
Long hair.
Long black hair.
Yep.
And I think the way that Clint described, I think Clint's gotten a lot of bad flack. I think this was a sophisticated criminal who knows how to control a victim. And the way you control a victim is not it's mentally, not physically. I think he broke her, and seeing that, not being yourself a sociopathic sadist, you may misperceive it as something more common, like it's her boyfriend and they're fighting or whatever. But I think Terry Britt is a skilled, experienced assailant who knows how to quickly take control of a situation and manage fear and chaos in a way to get what he wants.
He's also not small.
He's not small, yeah.
Yeah, strong. And, I hate to say it, but I think fear, I don't think the opportunity always arises where somebody needs to be physically capable the way you'd expect. If someone's afraid, they're gonna oblige. They're gonna go along. And
if you are ever in a situation where you are being kidnapped or taken, induce chaos. Do not do the predictable thing. The person who's trying to take you wants control of the situation. You get controlled by predictability. You pee on them, you yell, you fight, you do whatever you need to do to not be predictable. And know that in any trunk built after, 2001, 2003, somewhere in there, there's a little, like, if you pull it and it's usually glow in the dark, it's going to pop out. And if you don't find it, kick that taillight out. Just start kicking where you think the taillight is and put your hand out there. That's what you do.
there you go. That's good stuff. I never thought about the taillight.
Kick it out. Give a little wave. You're more
There we
likely-
go. We still haven't found any threats, you guys, at least not in my opinion. Correct me if I'm wrong. We are
United
still on the
Nations.
search.
Not yet. I am listening hard though.
Was Terry immediately concerned they were going to try to pin it on him or put it on
Not
him?
concerned, but he knew they can question him
Yeah.
because sex offender.
Yeah.
They're gonna come. They're gonna come question him, even though we live ways away. They're still gonna come question him.
Can I ask, and if I ask anything that, please don't tell me, I mean, you don't have to answer anything you don't feel comfortable about. I mean, he has a pretty bad history. You seem like a really nice, I'm trying to kind of understand. I haven't met him.
All the time he's been in prison, he's been in depression medicine.
Mm-hmm.
When he got out, I couldn't afford depression medicine.
Yeah.
Every time, if you go back and look, every time he was drunk, every time he got into trouble. My opinion is he was depressed and he was self-medicating with alcohol. That's my opinion.
Rape.
Would he get violent with the depression?
I don't know. He'd get upset and pissed off, but I don't know if you would call it violent. I know he would never kill anybody. I know that.
Do you?
I can't see it. I can't see him killing anybody. When he's drunk, he could. I'm sure he could hit somebody or something. You know, when he was drunk, you know, a couple of them, I think one he kicked the door in or something.
Yeah.
I don't, but that was before my time. I'm just hearsay on those.
Yeah.
There
were some reports of people. I don't know if you're aware of it or not. There were some reports of people who worked with you at Joe's video. Is that right? Joe's video.
I worked at Joe's video. I worked at the news leader.
There's some reports that said that you'd come in with black eyes or come in with bruises.
Oh,
Is that
I've
bullshit?
never had a black eye.
Oh, more
I
bovine
don't think I have
scatology.
ever in my life had a black eye.
You don't strike me as the kind of person that would put up with a whole lot.
Well, he went to hit at me one time, and I just grabbed him on the torso, because if I'm not a distance away from him, he can't reach me. So he never, you know, I'm not going to let him hit me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to let him hurt me.
I get that just from the little bit that I've talked to you, that you seem like the type that would hold your own.
Super threatening. This is
you
such
had-
a threatening video. Like, this interview is so threatening. I just like, it's insane.
I can tell you those words would never even enter my brain with Mr. Demeanor. I can't
It's not
imagine.
time for me to confront her with her belief system or.
Oh no. I'm shocked at how she's trying to justify obviously abuse
Before my time.
relationship. Obviously. That's all. Okay.
You just contradicted yourself. Correct. Yes.
Yeah, because she's saying like, talking about, oh, does he get violent? Well,
No.
she tries to act like no, but then suddenly it's like, well, he might have kicked down doors. And she's going to ignore like previous convictions that have some element of assault involved in them. And this goes back to the 70s for Terry Britt. This is not like he did one thing one time and who knows what really happened. It's like a long rap sheet of arrests and convictions for horrible things. And then ends up saying, well, I just create distance.
Yeah, he when he tried to wind up to hit me, I grabbed him in his torso. 2 minutes earlier, she's like, no, he's never done anything like that. I've never had a black eye. He tried to give you one though, because you grabbed him and separated him. So I'm just like, wow.
I know, right?
Story.
Exactly.
Within 2 minutes of the story, she's like, well, this one time when he wound up to go hit me, I just was able to like, you know, grab his torso and he couldn't get me. But he tried to, right? So
exactly.
He's got a violent tendency. I mean, do these people have a hard time comprehending? I don't think they understand what the words mean, or they're that dumb. I'm sorry, but that you just talked yourself in to the complete, like, within literally like a minute, she talked herself in from saying one thing to then here he just wound up and tried to hit me, but I was able to put my arm out, grab his torso, create the separation so that he couldn't hit me, and I would never let him hit me. But he tried to.
I think that contradiction is kind of rough to hear. You know, maybe Janet has.
There's some
like
other ones
denial.
Where, it's a weird. You don't know how you feel. I think at the end, there's some contradictions in here that are heavy.
I mean, is that not? Did he have pretty good? Did you guys were you getting along with his ex-wives? And
yeah, we got along with Brenda. I don't know any of his other ex-wives, but we got along with Brenda. Yeah.
Was she how did that dynamic work? Were you guys friends, or was it just?
When he got out of prison in excuse me, when he got out of prison in 2003, he went to Sherry's, and then he went to James's, and then they were driving around, and I guess I don't know, anyway, he got in touch with Brenda, excuse me, and then he moved in with Brenda, which is his ex-wife.
Yeah.
He'd married her twice before.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That one. The first wife was Brenda.
Yeah.
And then Brenda Seagraves, Boatwright Seagraves, she was Ginger Seagraves a lot.
Yeah.
She was 4 and 5.
Yeah. Because the first one's the one he had his son.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's Brenda too. That's Brenda won. Okay.
I just set her on fire.
They called her big titties. That was just, I guess she was well endowed. But she was older than he was. She was like, I think 10 years older than he was or something. She was older. She was a barmaid.
Okay.
But anyway, he was living with Brenda, and he's what he has told me is okay. Hey, I was at home one day and the phone rang and I answered it, and we just started talking, and that's how we met. He was talking, and he he came to Joe's video where I was working and met me.
Yeah.
And then I told him where I lived, and he came out here and you know, but he told me that he didn't want to stay with Brenda because of their history. Because of my understanding is he did beat her. Mm-hmm. She's very shy. Mm-hmm. And he was just afraid that something would happen, and he would hurt her, hit her, hurt her, something. He didn't want to do that. Mm-hmm. So he was wanting to get out of there. Mm-hmm. And when he was making phone calls and trying to find somebody to get out of there. Yeah. That's my understanding. That's what he told me. Yeah. He didn't want to hurt her. He knew that if he stayed, you know.
Yeah. So he's open with you about his struggles or his issues or whatever.
But he had the little poodle tea. It was up there at Brenda's. He got it from his son, Terry Kenneth, and he had it up there at Brenda's. And she had it, and he'd go up there and visit it, and visit her in it. And you know, we'd stop in that we were driving around or something. When we'd over at Lexington, we'd stop in there and see her.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we were friends, but you know, we didn't hate each other.
Got along just fine. Yeah.
You know.
And did she get along well with Terry?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know about his history and that when you first met him and started talking to him?
Not at the very, very first. But it wasn't too far in before he told me.
Was he pretty open about everything?
Yeah.
Did that freak you out at all, or?
Nah, not really.
Now she's cool with it.
It is.
Yeah.
I'd rather you tell me than to just find out.
Yeah.
When he first moved out in here, he was sleeping on the couch there in the living room. Mm-hmm. And I come out, I heard him talking to somebody, and I come out and he was standing. He was kind of propped up on his elbow, looking
This
at the
part
window,
is super
talking to
relevant.
somebody.
This part is super relevant to me because when Jason Autry was giving his recant and he talked about Terry Britt hearing the voice of the girl ghost in the house.
Oh, the ghost.
I knew that it was actually something Terry Britt had said because of this from Janet, and no one else had known that. It wasn't in any sort of official records, anything in the case file. So it gave some credibility to Jason Autry's recant, or that portion of it.
Oh, well, let's run that back. Catch it one more time there.
And then I have a lawyer question for you lawyers out there. Let's hypothetically say that this was a pertinent, relevant conversation that somebody would want to try to bring in the courtroom, even though it's an out of court, obviously statements. How could you ever, or what would you try to do to be able to get this to be admissible? For those of us that are just wondering.
Try that one, Dana.
You'd have the same problem as the Autry video had, which is It would be, you would first obviously have to try to get Janet Britt into the courtroom.
Yeah.
Can you just call me as a witness to authenticate it?
Like, let's just say it was like, I don't know. Let's just assume like she went ahead and confessed to, like, let's just say murder. Okay. Could you do anything with that? Like, how could that?
If she confessed to.
Yeah, let's just like hypothetically throw over a situation here where it's something that would be pertinent that you would want to try to use in a courtroom.
Well, if she's the defendant,
she'd be a party opponent. Yeah,
if she's the defendant, you have a whole different set of circumstances.
But if she was not the defendant, though, but she was someone that.
Yeah, then you'd be exactly. Let's say that she's not the defendant.
Yeah.
And she is not coming to the courthouse for one reason or another.
Yeah.
You then have exactly the same problem with this audio as the court had with the Jason Autry video, which is that you're talking about an out-of-court statement by a witness not present, and it's not made under circumstances that lend credibility or that placed the speaker, the declarant, in any sort of jeopardy of not telling the truth. So this would, unless Janet Britt were present to testify or the defendant, this audio would not be admissible, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yes,
Yeah.
we agree. And Bob, I am subbing in for Bob, who has to now depart and get on court TV.
Oh,
All
Say,
right.
say your goodbyes, Bob.
Wah. Oh.
Yeah.
Humble brag.
Tell Vinny we all
I didn't
said
say
hi.
shit for the record. All right,
Yeah,
you guys
listen, we're
were
going to need to wrap
awesome.
this up. I've got a CNN interview at 8. So,
Are they asking you about your hot crazy matrix?
yes.
Well,
I'll just tell you
ESPN's waiting
this,
for me.
Katie and Dana, your work has got me sucked in.
Yeah.
I'm all in on this shit. I cannot wait to listen to your work. I'm diving in tonight.
Are you guys on tomorrow too with it?
Yeah, we're gonna run kind of the probably first 3 or 4 witnesses. I'm trying to keep it to like an hour and a half a day, but I'm doing it at 1.25 because
You have to.
you've got to. And then
But you guys have done the trial. Can he do if he does an hour and a half a day? Or what are we doing this for weeks?
9 days.
Okay, so I did.
Right.
I did the entire trial replay. I did a Saturday, I think I did it just a Saturday, Sunday, and then I did 3 hours every night, and I was done by the following Saturday.
Right. So, babe, we can't do.
Or were you
And I
playing
did
the normal
1.25.
You did
Yeah.
1.25.
Oh.
Did you fast forward through like like all the bullshit in the beginning of testimony with cops or training?
No, we did
experience?
watch all of it, but there were some even witnesses that we went to 1.5 because I'm like, y'all, I can't.
I'm
with
skipping
this.
all that beginning shit. We'll tell the people what they always testify to. That's their background, their training experience. We're going to get right to the nuts and the bolts. But I want both of you guys to jump on anytime. Like I said, I'll end up sending you guys just invites, and as you can pop in whenever you guys want, in and out. You got carte blanche. So I'd love to have you guys pop in because your insight's invaluable.
And for anyone
Right.
that's missing out and isn't already subscribed to Defense Diaries, please do so. If you're watching on my channel, their link is in the description, but they're really easy. Just type Defense Diaries. They'll come right up. Thank you, Bob.
Well, thank you for inviting me. I feel honored. And this has been, I was luckily I got to hear the whole recording earlier today. And that line that I put in earlier about the mushrooms, you'll see why I typed it in. It's a little bit of a spoiler, but it's pretty good. Like I was
Just
enamored
a mushroom
with-
in the dark.
just a mushroom in the dark. All right, you guys, you're amazing. You're in much better hands with my wife anyway. So I'll talk to you guys soon.
Bye, babe.
All right, bye, baby.
I feel like we're on a date.
I know. I'm like, bye, Bob.
Did they just say goodbye to each other from the
Bye,
same
baby.
house?
Bye, baby.
It's
Mwah.
great. It's
Yeah.
great.
That's awesome. Hi, Allie.
Hi, guys. Hi.
Yeah, Ellie, a lot of people know you, and we obviously know that you're part of Defense Diaries, but you're also in the legal field. Can you give like a quick elevator pitch on what you do and what you like to do?
So I am a criminal defense attorney, and I have been since 2001. And I always, I went to law school to give voice to the voiceless, power to the powerless. It's soul crushing when you actually start to try and do it. So, I tell people, as long as you're not going in with this dream of giving voice to the voiceless, I mean, there are moments of that, but the system just is so designed against us. And I do feel a shift right now. There's like the political shift as well, because no matter which side of like politics you're on, you're seeing people saying that the system will lie to achieve their end. So it's not only like a certain group of people now who are going to be skeptical of police. So things are starting to change, but I am a criminal defense attorney still. Bob's getting me to practice less and less to try to shift over to this with him, but we're still trudging along here.
Well, I know every story one-to-one is like, that's where the heartwarming situations are, when you're able to help someone is being falsely accused. You can help. There's a different feeling with the one-to-one, but I think it's really powerful to do the one-to-many messaging work and education work and bring awareness to different cases, and also educate people on why, just because someone's accused, just because the accusations and some of the facts, quite frankly, look bad, doesn't mean that that's enough to just conclude that that person is guilty, and the government shouldn't have the power to just convict somebody because it looks like they did it.
Right.
So, and I think what you guys are doing is helping educate a lot of people about that system. and those same people could become jurors.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, you guys are all doing it on your channels as well. So it's part of the shift here. I think it definitely is part of the shift. So
Yeah, it takes a village too, you know.
yep.
So many more voices is better than one.
Yeah. I mean,
Absolutely.
they can't drown us all out.
Right.
They can
They
try.
Right.
Well, they've tried with Katie, so
They've tried, I think, with I don't know about Dana, but and I don't know about Miss Demeanor. I mean, she's just so wonderful. But with the rest of us here, they've definitely tried. Lana's had her fair share.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
definitely.
I try
Well,
to
I
stay
guess-
drama free as much as possible, but sometimes those trolls will get you.
I'll let you guys know when I have my coming of age and I have my moment where it's my turn.
You've managed to be quite likable. You cover all the controversy, but you're just weaving through.
Oh, I know. I'm like, people are gonna like try to cancel me because I say, hey, maybe this isn't this crazy scenario, this person, we shouldn't just rush to convict them yet. But it's surprisingly, people aren't attacking over that. And that's why I'm thanking you guys for the work that you're doing on all your channels and you guys as the podcast.
It's like at the end of the day, the Constitution actually matters.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
So there we go. And we started
Y'all
this
are
pause.
y'all are absolutely adorable.
Aw.
When
Aw.
you have the backing of the tatties, thank you.
So we left off here with, this great old bad Janet. Still haven't heard any threats. Maybe we'll hear them now that Allie's joined us.
Right.
When he first moved out in here, he was sleeping on the couch in the living room.
Mm-hmm.
And I come out, I heard him talking to somebody, and I come out, and he was standing. He was kind of propped up on his elbow, looking at the window, talking to somebody.
What?
Talking to somebody.
Like
who? I don't know who, but he was
Was she
talking.
talking
to
about
having
her
a
husband?
conversation with somebody.
like who was there? Or,
No, there was nobody there.
huh?
He was talking. He thought he was.
Yeah.
In the night, and I don't know if he had a nightmare or what, but he woke and he was talking to somebody.
Huh? Did he sleepwalk? Do you think he heard things that weren't there? Or is that?
I don't know, but that's part of what makes me think the depression.
Mm-hmm. I mean, depression can.
And if you at the time I met him, out of the, I think he was like 44, out of 44 years, he had been in prison 21 of those years. So since the time he was
What a
19 and
catch.
first went in prison, he'd been in prison more than he'd been out.
Oh, she likes
Yeah,
them like that,
that's-
Allie.
A lot of. I mean, was he institute? A lot of people they carry stuff through that, and it's hard for them to adjust on the outside.
I think his worst is he sees people as putting him under the. You don't do things against somebody. I can't think of the terminology. Selling them out.
Oh yeah, like transactional.
No, being two-faced. You sold them out.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't, of course, being from in there, he doesn't like that.
Yeah.
But nobody likes somebody being two-faced. But
Yeah.
he would,
He'd really hit at me if that happened.
Yeah. Did he? I mean, was that something that? Did he have Was he a womanizer? Did he have?
I don't know if you call him a womanizer. He liked
Long
women.
pause.
I'm glad for that. I'm glad he liked women.
Okay, can we talk about Katie's laugh?
I like
Did you feel like she was was it like a? Did she look at you kind of weird? Be like, do you think my husband is gay or something? It's kind of how she did she not sound like that? Like prison changed him or something?
Like, are you crazy?
Like, are you womanizer? Like, what do you mean? Yeah, he likes women.
Well, he was bisexual and outwardly so.
Yeah, so.
And I think that's balanced with there's a lot of stigma in the South.
About that.
Yeah, I mean,
He's talked about his men on men experiences, Mr. Britt.
Yeah. He had a Yeah, he had sexual relationships with a lot of men that they were related to or close with or working with or have other close.
We don't need an allegedly here. He has said this, that he's related to, or you mean related to in some way, not related to?
Through marriage.
Okay.
So he had sexual relations with a man, and he's come
Well,
out.
weren't you talking about threesomes earlier? And it was some dude at the news leader or whatever with Jan here and Terry.
Yeah, he must love prison then. Why does he want to get out?
Well, that's the thing. And I think there's a later comment that comes up. And as you listen to it, everyone should think about, is Terry Britt really that motivated to stay out of prison and stay in the trailer? Or perhaps is he
Well, I mean, even with like her saying that he's been in almost longer than he's been alive, like almost half the time he's been alive. And I like how you caught yourself from saying, is he institutionalized? Because you're like, wait, I mean, that's not gonna
maybe not that word.
Right. So you used, definitions and words that mean those things instead. So
that's so interesting to me.
Well, it'd be one thing if he was worried about that stigma, considering all else.
There's a statement she's going to come up with in a little bit that just to me stands out more than anything else, because anyone who's married or ever been in a relationship, or imagine yourself, whatever, if someone was not going to be a kidnap murderer, and the reason you would come up with why is not the same reason that Janet has for why she knows that Terry Britt is not guilty of this.
Well, Janet Britt logic has been great so far.
He had we'd go to bars and he'd talk and flirt with people and stuff.
People.
And we finally had a discussion about it, and I guess I probably shouldn't have, but I told him that because I loved him and I didn't want to lose him.
Mm-hmm.
So I had told him that I will not tolerate being cheated on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He said, that he didn't want anybody to keep. He just wanted something different, something new once in a while.
Well, you need to bring that stuff to me, is what she's saying.
We come up with an agreement that if he bring them home and I was present, then I'd be okay. Basically okay with it. I don't have to participate.
All right, hold on. I've got a whole new opinion.
Wow,
there it is.
I'm totally changing my opinion about Janet now. I think she's absolutely she's the greatest wife ever.
Right? Oh, Dana.
The Matrix
strikes again.
Do the Matrix.
Yeah.
As long as I can watch.
It's been a long time since.
Get your misogyny whiteboard out.
Yes.
I can tell you, Mr. Demeanor has never flirted with people. I'm not even sure he's flirted with a woman.
Not to keep, just something a little different.
Well, and I think the people part, it doesn't just cloud gender, it clouds ages.
Do you keep people? I thought you.
If you do, you got to feed it.
And
that was a
it.
weird word too. Like, you didn't want to keep them.
Does this sound like someone that's worried that Katie Spirko is there to help get Janet and Terry arrested for something to do with kidnapping, any type of abduction?
I mean, not outwardly.
Like she thinks that this is just normal.
Apparently. I mean, if she's there, these are only her requirements. If she's present, then it's all right. But don't do it behind my back. And I
don't want to have to participate because she might not like.
Yeah.
On it, like as weird and cringy as it is, it gets deeper and darker, because in the case file there are numerous anonymous reports of victims who are writing into TBI saying, Terry Britt did this. I woke up at his house covered black and blue and bruises, and I don't know what happened. And I think I was drugged. And Terry Britt abducted me, and I jumped out of the van and ran away.
Hey, wait, no, these people these are charges
Allegedly.
he's not been trying.
Yes,
to
these are
some
not
of them,
charges. These are people who are afraid to go to law enforcement because locally there's a concern that Terry Britt is protected in some way by law enforcement, and it is quite an understandable concern if you know the
so the other thing to remember too is that, I mean, I'm kind of laughing about it, but what Janet Britt just said was her conditions was, I don't want to be cheated on, but if you go get them and bring them back here and I'm present, then it's okay.
Right.
Brent Booth's affidavit to get the search warrant and the wiretap listed Janet as an accomplice, an active accomplice in the kidnapping of victims. So when she says if he goes and brings them home,
it doesn't mean
she's got a lot larger definition
of bring them home
than what you might have been thinking.
No, I kind of got the feeling when she said that if he goes gets them and brings them home, I was like, wait a minute, or
if they go together and snatch them up into the rapey van.
And it is not the first of his wives or the second or third, frankly. Multiple of his wives have been accomplices on previous kidnapping, pulling women into the van, and
accused or charged?
Both.
Wow.
Yeah, multiple.
His first conviction was 77. And
I don't remember hearing any of this in the post-conviction stuff. And was none of this, did she testify? Or, oh no, just he testified at trial, obviously. Or
Wait, did she? Yeah.
He testified.
No,
she did not testify at trial. Terry Britt testified. Janet Britt did not. Neither testified in the PCR.
So all of this came in about all the charges and his other offenses, and did a lot of that come in at the trial?
It would, well, not in this detail, not in the detail that Brent Booth's affidavit laid it out.
You'll see, Allie, it was very, very well played down. And there was I mean, I know in the post-conviction relief hearings, Jennifer Thompson talks about being bullied, and it sounds laughable, but when you see it play out in the courtroom in the trial, that is exactly what was going on.
Yeah, and at the beginning of Terry Britt's trial testimony, he comes in and he's in obvious TDOC denim. Tennessee Department of Correction denim, and Jennifer Nichols looks at him and goes, all right, let's just get this out of the way. Looks like you're in prison outfit. And he goes, yep. And she goes, why are you in prison? He's like, kidnapped. and then on cross, it's developed a little more, but it's not exposed in all this detail. But I mean, to hear Janet Britt's version of how they organized what was okay in their relationship. Well, Brent Booth's version of that is very different. Let's just say that.
And I would say one more piece of context for anyone that's not initiated. Can you speak to a little bit about Natalie Bobo and the house party, where it was not just Terry Britt present? I think that's really important here.
Yeah, so there was a house party that had happened weeks to months prior to the kidnapping. Holly Bobo was at a mutual acquaintance's house. They were smoking pot. Britt showed up to the house. It was one of these, it was an individual who he was doing home remodel work with. Janet was with him, and they attend this party, and he basically upsets everyone by petting Natalie and just getting into her personal space.
And Holly's there too, or just Natalie?
Holly is not there, just Natalie at this one. But he's petting Natalie, and Natalie publicly rejects him in a way that sounds like it was embarrassing for him. And at the same time, he had asked the host of the party about her 13-year-old daughter in a sexually suggestive way, and was asked to leave. And then Janet Britt starts defending him, trying to get them to let them stay at the party, and they're kicked out. And so he had this publicly embarrassing situation in which Natalie kind of rejected him publicly, and Janet came to his defense.
Yeah, I heard you say earlier when Bob was on, and I was just watching, that he was stalking Natalie. There was some evidence that he had been stalking Natalie that crossed path, that overlaps with stalking of Holly. It's just it's
So yeah,
dumbfounding.
Natalie had said after Holly was taken, Natalie had said that Terry Britt was following them around, and the two of them, Holly and Natalie, were at Dollar General in Parsons, and Terry Britt was following them around, creeping them out, making them uncomfortable. They go and ask Terry Britt about it. Terry Britt says he's never been to the Dollar General in Parsons, and that never happened. But I went through Terry Britt's financial records in the case file, and on February 8th or 9th of 2011, so 2 months, Natalie estimated 2 months. It was 2 months almost exactly. Terry Britt his debit card spent $10.75 at the Dollar General in Parsons.
Wow. Wow, this is
he has a long history as a confidential informant that started in the 80s when he was luring victims of Henderson County Sheriff's Department, the sheriff who eventually went to prison after being charged with 168 counts of raping inmates. He was also, Terry Britt would come into the prison. He would make Terry Britt the trustee of the prison, and he would allow Terry Britt to keep his personal vehicle at that prison and leave and day drink and just drive around during the day in exchange for luring victims for the sheriff to go assault. And Terry Britt would basically find, in this case, male victims and get them intoxicated and set it up so that then the sheriff would pull them over for a DUI and would assault them. And then Terry Britt wore a wire during one of those occasions and was a CI for that sheriff eventually when the FBI came in and opened this huge investigation into him. He ended up pleading guilty to 16 of the 168 counts and went to 10 years in federal prison. And it was Terry Britt and his brother-in-law who were two of the witnesses who testified against him. But this has been going on for decades. This very close relationship between these sexual deviant criminals and local law enforcement.
Wow. I mean, it's facts like that coupled with what you guys and Dana mentioned earlier about, and when I say it's facts like that, to answer the question like, well, why, if they have this really obvious suspect, don't they just arrest him? And you guys spoke earlier about how they released him. They could have stopped him. It's all their fault if it's him, because they could have had him arrested and this would have never happened. So that's one, like, okay, now I see why they don't want to pin it on the most obvious person. Now, coupled with the information you're discussing now about his history with law enforcement and his roots in the, and people being afraid to come forward because there's been accusations that have never really been followed up on, that it all starts to paint a picture of, okay, I can see, true or not, I can at least see a reason why the police might not have gone after the police or the prosecution might not have gone off after a perfectly like screaming red flag viable option.
Well, and if you go back, we're going to cover it in season 2, but if anyone's interested, if you go back to 1980, there is this cold case. It's two sisters, half sisters, Carla Atkins and Vicky Stout, in a neighboring county in Tennessee. Terry Britt was incarcerated at the time locally in Henderson County, where we know he was parking his personal vehicle there and leaving during the day. He drove a powder blue pickup truck, which was identified during this other crime as what's been seen by eyewitnesses. But these two is a 14 and 16-year-old sisters. They were abducted in plain sight and taken and found out in the middle of the woods with bullet holes through the back of their skulls months later. A lot of similarities with this crime, a lot of overlap.
Well, it makes me think that Natalie is really, really lucky.
Yeah, I think Natalie is really lucky and unlucky at the same time. This Carla Atkins and Victoria Stout, the reason, or what happened in this case, is the TBI collected all the evidence from the case and had a TBI agent put it all in a garbage sack in the back of his TBI squad car. And then it was broken into that night when it was in his driveway, and all the evidence from the case was stolen.
So are you guys following that Austin Drummond case in Tennessee? Is this like the same law enforcement agencies, like people involved? Because there's a lot there that I've seen since day one. We've been covering it as well.
The Austin Drummond case, I think, is fascinating. I would love to.
One of the other things to remember about what happened with why they didn't potentially prosecute Terry Britt, or when they didn't, is that Dr. Spirko and I have interviewed a victim of Terry Britt who never went to law enforcement. It was years ago. She was terrified then. She's terrified now. And she described a similar, a similar incident involving Terry Britt. And so what I wonder is if it's true that one of the reasons TBI didn't prosecute Terry Britt for the Holly Bobo case because it would have been embarrassing and career ending for some number of people. I'm not so sure that Holly Bobo is the only person he perpetrated against in the meantime. And I think law enforcement may also have known that.
There's no way that's your first kidnapping rape. You don't start with a blonde girl at her parents' house in a rural place
in the middle of the day in broad.
No.
So I think it's entirely possible that law enforcement knows still more reasons why it would have been problematic to prosecute Terry Britt.
So
that's a theory, but
can you guys gather up all these victims and to go in together to, I don't know, the Attorney General, some different arm of the law enforcement there?
You're going to love season 2. And some of Terry Britt's victims reach back 40 years, 50 years. His first conviction is 1977. And he's been in and out of prison and on the sex offender registry committing not just kidnapping and sexual assaults, but also, burglaries and all kinds of other things. But Terry Britt has been in and out of prison for decades. And so
gather them up, have a press conference, walk them all into a police department at the same time. My God.
Yeah.
That's what they had to do with Sean Williams over in Jackson City. It's crazy.
There's probably so many unknown victims too. How scary, Judge Jessica. Exactly. I mean, what we know is an iceberg. We know that's the case.
What house party, if you guys are allowed to say, what house party was that at? When
and what
Natalie,
year?
Yeah, when Natalie, they were at the house party. You
guys were talking about him. Terry Britt's testimony was that it was at a job site he was working at.
Ken Boney was his name. Kenneth Boney.
So
you said Moni, like
Boney, Boney, Kenneth. I believe I couldn't. It was the guy he was doing home remodel work with, and they had put some ads in the newsletter, and he wasn't getting any calls. And then he realized the reason he wasn't getting any calls is because Terry Britt was a prolific sex offender who violently kidnapped and raped several victims, and people didn't want him showing up and remodeling their bathrooms.
Well, I can tell you, I know what podcast I'm going to start listening to tonight. I started a Holly Bobo podcast, and I don't know which. I'm assuming it wasn't yours, but I start them at night, so I tend to fall asleep, obviously, during them. But I'm starting yours tonight for sure.
Yeah, you got to go to ours because we don't have a team of attorneys who say you can't say that because they'll sue you.
Oh, and I'm definitely going to yours.
No, we have one, and he's just given up. So
he's just
Cat.
But at least you've got Kat, who publicly displays her allegedly. So she's got your back.
I'm getting impatient again, Kat.
She wants to hear the bad Janet.
I haven't heard it yet.
We need yin yang. So if there's not enough bad Janet audio playing, good Janet's
keeping bad Janet on the radar so we can get through this.
I'm going to hit play. I'm also going to drop in my chat and the private chat a link to a playlist that compiles. We went back and tried to find clips of news media coverage since the day of the abduction. And I think it's really illuminating to go back and look at the coverage on this case and how it was presented. It'll make a lot of sense why people would have thought that they had the right people, even though if you only look at the post-conviction, you'd be like, how would people think that?
I lived in Tennessee at the time, and we were saturated with it was these individuals. And so for my perspective is so much different now because I did live there, and it was like, oh, well, that's not what they made this look like. So go check out the media.
And smart people have gotten this wrong. Smart people would have to get this wrong because if you don't have access to the full case file, you can't get it right. You just don't have the information.
Yeah, and remember, no physical evidence tying this to Zach Adams, any of the 4 that were accused together, charged together. So Where is my play button here?
At least he's not cheating about me behind my back or whatever. And when he'd get drunk, he couldn't do a damn thing anyway. He couldn't get it up to save his life when he was drunk. All he could do was, use his hands.
Whiskey dick. Sorry.
Mouth. But so
I threw up a little.
When you go out and get drunk, what's he gonna do? He's really not. He's not gonna fuck him because he can't fuck. So.
How often would he bring people home?
I think it was, in all the times, I think it was 3 times.
Yeah. Did it, I mean,
Yeah, 2
Sure.
times. 2 times.
Oh, two.
did it upset you more or less than you would think it would?
No, I guess it was 3 times. I don't know. I didn't. I don't know.
Mm.
But I've got news for him now. If when he gets out this time, when he gets out of prison after me waiting all this time,
Yeah.
that deal is off. We ain't going through that again. Because
Oh,
after
good for
waiting
you.
for him all this time, I ain't putting up
After
with it.
working
Good.
for
Because it showed,
him.
it showed me, I'm taking care of everything.
Laying
Yeah.
down the law.
I don't have to have him. I don't need him. I just want him.
Mm-hmm.
And so if he wants to have somebody else, bye.
Yeah.
Hi, Felicia.
I'm not as insecure as I was before. I'm not, 'cause
Yeah.
before I put up with it because I went along with that because I didn't want to lose. I loved him and I didn't want to lose him. But
Yeah.
now I don't care. I put up with this long without him here for this long. What's the difference,
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been this long without him, so what's the difference?
Yeah.
I can spend the rest of my life without it if I have to. I ain't missing nothing.
No,
Especially when he's drunk.
I mean, I'm going through records all the time, and I feel like it's weird. You know all this stuff about people you haven't met, but I mean, you're clearly super intelligent, and
I
you're.
was class valedictorian.
I knew that about you. Is that creepy? But I mean, and you're a beautiful woman. It's just, it sucks when women are made to feel like they're not enough, and
She had
I'm
excellence.
glad that you're gonna give him
I'll give
riot
her-
act if he comes back. Is he able to stay in touch much, or do you guys get to talk?
Every day.
Oh,
Unless they're on lockdown or the phones aren't working or something. And we talk and we email.
how's he doing?
He wants to come home, of course.
Yeah.
But for the most part, he's getting older. He's getting aches and pains and
Yeah.
just different things.
Is he doing all right there? Like, is he?
I think this is very critical because he can't, first of all, volunteering that somebody has trouble getting it up and then thinking about the search terms. I'm really not trying to kink shame. I'm not trying to kink shame. But in the context of what we already know Terry Britt's history to be, he's already had these convictions, but he can't get it up. What would help solve that problem?
Maybe a little violence.
Maybe a little violence and torture.
Allegedly.
Or maybe a fluffer.
I'm just gonna sit this one out.
Maybe
Is what I'm getting
What did I
at.
have
I feel like I'm reading
Meaner.
Cosmo.
Viagra.
Yeah, y'all think I'm all prudish and all.
misdemeanor coming in here with the fluffers. The definition of a fetish is one cannot achieve arousal without it. And so if you have a rape murder fetish, then consensual sex is just not going to do it for you.
Today I learned. I thought it was just like something you like an abnormal amount or something. I
Well,
didn't know
but
that
what
was a
makes it
specific definition.
abnormal? The abnormal part is that you cannot achieve arousal without it. We have
There
to
you
make
go.
our random, boxes to categorize things.
Yeah, cool. I didn't know that. Now I can be more precise when I talk about things.
The more you
And
know.
fluffers.
Yeah. I don't know
I
how
mean-
often I'll have to, but
I'm so uncomfortable.
I'm not even, it hasn't even registered to me that anyone would feel uncomfortable. I'm so far from uncomfortable right now.
I'm kidding. Y'all keep going.
He's not kidding.
It's the best thing that's happened to me all day.
I guess you could say as good as you can.
Yeah. Oh, can I ask, the black truck, is there any context behind that? The one that he had painted with a spray gun?
It's just a truck that we bought, and we sanded it and primed it and everything and painted it. It was just a truck.
No, you didn't.
You guys didn't have that by the time they came, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, you had. I remember, yeah. Did you guys later get rid of it? You don't have it now, right?
I don't have it now. When they got me arrested. Yeah.
For what?
Selling a handgun.
How is that a crime?
Selling so they said that I sold guns for Terry, who was a convicted felon that shouldn't have had them.
Well, if you were selling them, then you didn't have them.
But that's what they're.
I don't understand the crime. Okay.
They were using me to get to him.
Yeah.
That's all it boils down to. They were using me to get to him. But when they arrested me, and I was in jail down in Jackson for a week, and when I got out, his old red van that he had when I met him, and the black truck, and the trailer that we had bought and fixed up. Okay, his sister Sherry. Okay, I had them come get them. They were supposed to hold them, and if they took me to prison, things went for the worse.
Yeah.
They were supposed to sell them and use the money to help Terry. I was trying to.
How come help Terry and not you?
Because I've got a son that helped me.
Who's not talking to her because of Terry?
And sisters, and I've got family. He didn't have nobody that would help him. So, and it was his trucks and trailer and stuff. So, but the thing is, when everything got straightened out and everything, they never come back. They kept saying, "Oh, they're down in the field and we can't get to them." And then several years later, she finally says, "Oh, well, they got separated or whatever." She and her husband got separated. Well, Thomas took them off and sold them.
So they just never gave them back?
Then I never got them back. And I've never heard the end of it from Terry because I got rid of his vehicles. I said, "But I was trying to help you. I was trying to look out for you." And he said, "Well, Sherry wouldn't have given me the money. How was I supposed to know that?"
Yeah. Does he have a good relationship with his family, with Sherry?
If somebody goes to trying to hurt or something, one or the other, the other is there. But they don't really get along.
Yeah, that makes sense. They're siblings.
They're siblings, yeah. But if somebody were trying to hurt, they'd be right there to help.
Was that the first time you've ever been in jail?
Yeah.
Were you mad at him?
I wasn't mad at him. He didn't do it.
You're nicer than me. I feel like I'd be pissed off at my husband if they were.
Terry didn't do it.
Yeah. They did
it to get to him. But he didn't do it.
Yeah. What's his reaction to that when they were doing that to you?
He pled a deal, got more time than he would have if he'd have just gone to court or went to trial. They were supposed to. He wanted them to just give me probation, just give me a year probation, and set me free. In other words, he was saying, "You got me, take me and leave her alone." Because his thinking was, if I go to prison, then I'm not here to send him money or take care of the place, and we'll lose everything. So.
Well, what about just not wanting you to be in prison?
Well, he didn't want me to be in prison either, but the main part is we'd lose everything that we've worked so hard for.
Yeah.
See the picture of the trailer.
Yeah. Well, and that's Janet's trailer. Janet lived there before she ever met Terry, and that means a lot to Janet to keep that trailer and that property. But Terry's used to being institutionalized. He's used to being in prison. He's got a whole seemingly rape Ponzi scheme of sorts that is working out for him to his satisfaction in prison. So I don't think it's as big of a deal for him as it is for Janet for him to go back to prison.
Yeah, and I was going to mention, don't forget the Edward Martin name on the mailbox still. So.
Chihuahua barks. I forgot what I was answering.
Oh, well, you were saying you'd lose everything you worked so hard for, so he wanted you out to keep care of the place. He depends on you a lot. Is he a good husband?
The best he can be. He, you got to realize, like I say, he's been in prison. His adult life, he's been in prison more than he's been out. When the 9 years that we were married before before all this happened, is the longest that he had been out of prison in one stance since he went in at 18.
Do you think that was you?
Huh?
Do you think that was you keeping him out of trouble?
Yeah. And he had this something to work for. It's something. It's his something.
Yeah.
And that's another reason why he wouldn't have done anything to hurt Holly, because then he wouldn't have this. They would take it all. He would lose all of it.
That is
so
the
I know
moment.
He wouldn't, even if he could have.
I know that the reason
he
I don't
wouldn't have kidnapped a 20-year-old nursing student from her driveway and viciously assaulted her and murdered her is because he wouldn't have wanted to lose the trailer. Now, I would hope that if my husband was explaining why he wouldn't do that, there would be some reason other than a trailer that would come up first.
Well, plus it also was contradicted just seconds before. I mean, just by the whole he's institutionalized, he's lived in more than he's lived out, and he's kind of used to that sort of thing. So,
well, and this kind of puts an extra layer of context behind when U.S. Marshal John Walker is speaking with Terry Britt and confronts him with some of the, hey, we think because of this, and this, that you were the one that abducted Holly Bobo. And he says that you've got me. Here's what I want. I want to be in a prison. And he says some racist things. And he is worried about his declining health. And he wants to be in a facility where it'll be better for him to age out. And he doesn't want anything to happen to Janet. He wants Janet to not have to deal with any legal issues.
For a different case?
No.
For this.
Wait, what?
Oh, you'll get to it.
What?
He confesses to U.S. Marshal.
Shut up.
And gives his conditions for what he would want for a plea deal, that he ends up getting exactly those conditions, pleading guilty to a separate kidnapping rape charge, and the TBI is acting like that, which is a coincidence. And then
he was intimidated into that. That was the whole thing. That's what Jennifer Nichols says, is that
he wasn't
bad Jennifer.
Because he seems so easily intimidated. Yeah. I think that he struck a deal that involved him relaying some shit he heard about where the body was, where he wasn't implicating himself, but he gave them the information they need to pin it on somebody else.
I don't know, because I was recently out of surgery when we started covering this, and I know a couple times I got off and then fell asleep. Did they mention that in the post-trial, post-conviction hearings?
I don't think that came up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Walker
testified.
John Walker's
Nichols'
testimony.
Nichols' explanation for the confession that Terry Britt. So what happened was when Dykus and Walker are basically getting thrown off the case, Dykus kind of tells Walker, why don't you go talk to Terry Britt, see what he says. So Walker goes in to see him, and he says, look, I'm not here to do anything. I just want you to know what we know. And he kind of lays it out for Terry Britt. Walker says, Terry Britt looks at him and says, sounds like you got it all figured out. I'll plead to something less than 20, and I want to spend my time in a prison where I don't have to deal with all these young bucks running wild. Okay.
Older prison, and I want Janet to not be charged with anything.
Yeah. So Walker goes back, writes a memo, sends it out, and then all hell breaks loose. Dykus and Walker are thrown out, blah, blah, blah. Nichols explains that as Terry Britt being sarcastic and saying, "Oh, sounds like you got it all figured out. I'll plead guilty to it."
Oh, maybe
That's
Under these
Nichols' explanation.
specific conditions that I end up
Right.
accepting as a plea deal that sends me to prison that same month.
Right. I mean, I could see it if it ended there. Like, looks
Yeah.
like you got this all figured out. But like you said, once you start, and now I'm maybe remembering that, but once you start adding conditions of your confinement and of any plea, you've gone beyond the off the cuss, like just sarcastic comment mode.
And he's asking how soon he could get him out if he had something to show him.
And Jennifer Nichols also says that Walker didn't have any right to get any of that, to talk to him about any of it. That's what I remember distinctly about it, is that, he wasn't acting in any official capacity. So therefore it wasn't valid and all of that. And it's like, but dude said everything.
Britt wasn't Mirandized
while he was in custody.
Exactly. Which aren't you kind of automatically Mirandized when you're in custody?
That's what I kept saying.
I know there are two lawyers here. Are you automatically Mirandized when you're in custody?
No, not unless you're, well, A, they have to be asking you questions, and B, you've got to be actually in custody. So you are not, people think, oh, I was arrested and I wasn't read my Miranda rights. They do not need to read you your Miranda rights unless and until they start to interrogate you.
And but at the point that Walker's asking him questions, if he were to say, give me a plea deal and I'll plead to it, and here's the details, the fact that he was not Mirandized would be an issue.
Just depends on
the initiating conversation was about potential charges against Janet Britt, right? That was what started the conversation.
Yeah, and if he's so that you might not need to be Mirandized there, especially if he wasn't in handcuffs, arrested, and like if he went in on his own accord and they're just talking to him and not, interrogating him. It depends on the scenario, but your best case is to typically, Mirandize him.
Aaron has a good point, and it wouldn't fly on like an appeal for Terry as a defendant, but as far as a prosecution, if you have bad Jennifer, Walker wasn't acting in any official capacity anyway. But
that's not what the original intent was. The original intent was to go there and find out what the story was, and then go back to the TBI and go back and talk to him and get it in an official capacity, because this is what he told me, and the TBI refused to do it.
Yeah. Well, if they went to his house and just asked him a question, you don't have to Mirandize him there.
Well, he was in custody.
He was arrested. He was in custody on the other kidnapping, rape, and Walker goes and talks to him. That's in March of 2013. And then May of 2013, 2 months later, Walker and Dykus go back to talk to him together. And at that point, Britt has a totally different demeanor and attitude and is saying, do you guys have your other suspects? I thought you had other suspects. You were going to get other suspects. And is talking about these other suspects they don't know anything about, and kind of has this air of confidence about him, as though someone between March of 2013 and May 2013 had actually gone in and talked to him and made some sort of a deal that involved other suspects and him giving information that could be pinned on somebody else, allegedly.
There we go. Crazy. Everybody that's getting into this case and you're new to it, please count how many times you think to yourself that this is crazy.
Right. I mean, the first time I was like, wait, what? A serial killer hunting blondes? What was going on? And that was the first crazy, I think.
Sounds really crazy.
And we haven't even talked about Victor Dinsmore.
We wouldn't have.
And you knew them, didn't you, the Bobos?
When I was working at the Joe's Video, I rented movies to them. But I remember the little blonde-headed girl. Mm-hmm. I knew Karen and Dana. And I can't think of the boy's name.
Clint
came in and rented, after they got a little older, Clint came in and rented the movies most of the time. But I didn't know them from renting movies to them. Yeah. I don't know them like a friend or something. I just knew them when I saw them. They came in and rented movies.
I remember I was reading that you knew their account number by heart, and I remember it was 180. I remember it now because I remember thinking.
I know a lot of accounts.
I said
so young after. I know a lot of accounts.
That's what I think. Is like you were valedictorian of your high school, so maybe that they're not as special as they think. Just remembering that. Were they? What were they? I mean, were they nice? Were they? friendly, just normal people?
Just people. I don't remember if they ever did anything bad or wrong or nothing. I just don't have any recollection of it.
Yeah.
Like I say, I only remember Holly, and she was just a little blonde-haired girl. And you know, so that was a long time ago. She was that tall. Other than that, I wouldn't have known her.
Yeah.
Well, except for the fact that she also
Did people
suntanned
treat
there
you
because it was
it
was a video and suntan place with the old, back in the day with the video store and the suntan beds. So
the LLC was called Eager Beaver LLC.
the owner of Joe's Video was Eager Beaver LLC.
Oh. And it's interesting because there's a small relevance of the Joe's Video on the day of the abduction where
Something's up with the Joe's Video.
Well, you just can't make this shit up.
Yeah, Eager Beaver. Eager Beaver.
Oof.
Did all this affect how people treat you around town?
Oh, yeah. How could it not?
Well, I would imagine.
It's all in
comes the
newspapers,
threats.
on TV, and they did those 2020.
Yeah.
They're still running that thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
After all this time, they're still running that thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous.
Do people still treat you?
Not anymore.
Just
I don't. If they do, I don't know.
yeah.
I think in the beginning, I think it was more me, feeling like people.
Yeah.
Than actually anybody doing anything.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But, people looking, but But you said something about evidence. What were you talking about?
I'm gonna call. I'll give you my card. I want to make sure I don't disclose something I'm not supposed to disclose, but I would love to.
He wants to know about the evidence, and you say, I want to make sure I'm not disclosing anything I'm not supposed to disclose. Does that seem like how this was represented in the filing and the affidavit?
Totally tracks. I mean, it totally tracks how this is. Now you've got, a lawyer, prosecutors putting that together. And we were just talking, Bob and I, on a live about Richard Allen, and they lost all the recordings, and they say, oh, you've got a perfectly good police report that summarizes the recordings, and then we play one recording of an interview of a witness, it doesn't matter to get into the details, and compare that to the writing, and then you've got an actual officer of the court putting that together when this is really what's contained. But I guess in theory they didn't have the recording, but still, you can't just take the word of someone that you already know, right? She has been charged. She had multiple offenses. She had covered for her husband before, and without any due diligence, just file some shit like that.
But that's what they wanted to hear, so they were totally okay with it.
Right.
Yep.
Or, as sometimes happens in this case, they didn't give a shit what she was gonna say.
Well,
they told her what to say.
Well, yeah. They wrote the affidavit. They rounded things out, but I'm sure they must have thought in some sense that was going to play out. That was a crazy risk to take. Insane.
You have to understand how deeply committed they've been to both silencing and diminishing Dr. Spirko.
Montana Lil says, okay, serious question. Don't come at me. Do you think given Zach and the boys' drug abuse that if they weren't in jail for this, they would be in for something else? Zach said that himself. Like, Zach to me has said, if I wasn't in jail for this, or what did he say? He said, I probably should have been in jail for this long anyway, in prison for all my drug dealing stuff. But now it's time to let me out. And more importantly, Terry Britt's out and on the loose, and he's going to do it again until you get him. And you're not going to get him as long as you got me on the crime. Zach even admits that he probably deserved to be in prison for some amount of time for drug dealing. And that is not something. Dana and I have talked about this on one of the episodes with Terry Britt. The number one personality characteristic associated with rapists is entitlement. That's not a very entitled thing to say, to be acknowledging I've committed crimes, not this one, but I deserve to be in jail for or prison for some amount of time for other stuff that I didn't get caught doing with dealing drugs, but I'm not a sexual.
By the way, I haven't heard a threat. And I also haven't heard Janet Britt take accountability for anything.
I was just
or ask
thinking
me
that.
to leave.
I haven't heard a threat.
I'm still
No
waiting
threat.
for the threats. They're
No
coming.
threat.
Coming.
Janet Britt has an excuse, an explanation, or a distancing mechanism for everything that has ever happened to her or Terry.
I think I'm still there by her permission.
Seems that way. She won't stop talking to you. So,
Well, that's why I think the affidavit gives more credibility to what she's spilling here, because she doesn't, in her affidavit, she generally doesn't seem like she remembers saying all of this stuff. She just remembers she was probably talking. And
but it goes back to what Dana said. This wasn't really, I don't think, in my experience, it has anything to do with what she said. She said something to them, and then they just put together what they wanted to put together and thought it seemed to, I don't know, like
useful is what they thought it was.
Yeah, she has she has Jennifer Nichols' personal cell phone number, and she called Nichols the moment I left, and Nichols decided, how do I play this in a way that I think will benefit me the most, and how do I use Janet as a pawn in this scenario? And that's what happened.
Are there,
Janet the victim.
Was there anybody get any call records, or you're saying that you're
so Art Viveros, on the day that Zach Adams, the verdict came out, Art went over to that house and basically tried to appeal to Janet to tell the truth, and kind of an innocent person just got convicted. Come on. And he was appealing to her, saying, because she testified against Ed Martin, and he was telling her, you did the right thing against Ed Martin. Why are you protecting Terry here? And he said that Janet's response was that Ed Martin would swerve to hit animals in the street, and Terry Britt did not hurt animals, and that's why she wasn't turning on Terry.
Well,
so then Art Viveros leaves their home, and he said within minutes, like before he got to the edge of the street, he gets a call at his cell phone. It's Jennifer Nichols calling from her personal cell phone. He answers it, and she says, I want you to know. Like, this is how she answers it. Like, it's a freaking Lifetime movie, and she's some crazy Glenn Close character. Like, who does this even? But he answers the phone, and she answers it saying, I want you to know that I know what you did, and I don't like it.
Wow.
And then she hangs up. So Art, that was the context with which Art Viveros is saying Janet Britt has Jennifer Nichols' personal cell phone, because there's zero chance that there's any way that situation could have played out where she could have called me that fast and known that I was at her house.
Well,
within
obviously,
moments.
Right. Yeah.
And that's the same thing that happened with this. Within moments of me leaving, Jennifer Nichols is aware.
Right.
I want to be transparent, read open book. I'm going to just make sure that I can talk about it, and I'll let you know exactly what it is. And
Well, if you can know about it, why can't I know about it?
because I was retained on the case.
Oh, by who?
The attorney, his name's Doug.
Which attorney? What attorney?
He
It's a
works with Zach
bow-tie
Adams,
face.
and so there's a bias, obviously, and that's why. But I would like to tell. I can call you. I just want to make sure that I can disclose it, because I when I came, I thought they'd already talked to you.
No, nobody talked to me in years.
Oh,
Well, that's
Yeah.
The last person I talked to was SSA Booth when I got my stuff back.
yeah. I had assumed that, I thought they'd come and talk to you already, and so I'll make sure. I'll make sure I'll let you know if I can give you my card, if that's all right. If I get your number, I can call you, and I'll just make sure that I can disclose that I can send you the documents if they'll let me.
Okay.
Thank you for speaking with me, sweet dogs.
Is the threat still coming?
I mean, I'm ending the conversation. She's not even ending the
There's
conversation.
still got to be a lot of work out here. I have a lot of animals too.
I do have a lot of.
How old are these the same dogs that I remember reading? You guys had dogs before. You're just dog people.
I've got 6 dogs right
Yeah.
now. They get old and die. I had some that were 15 years old when they died. Well, two of them were 15 years old when they died. I don't know if I think T was 13.
Yeah.
The Rusty and Snowball was 15.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Shy just died. Gosh, it's been a year ago now. And she was the last one that I was so wanting her to stay alive, because she was everybody else had gotten after they don't know Terry.
Yeah.
Shy was the last one that knew Terry, and I was so wanting her to, but she couldn't make it. So.
No, that's hard. That's so hard. I feel like I'm dead inside sometimes, just even working tragic cases all the time. And then I remember I had to put my dog down a couple of years ago, and I just all these horrible things with people that I don't even get desensitized to. And then I was just sobbing uncontrollably with that dog. I couldn't. It's hard. I'd like to go talk to Terry. If I don't do the hired gun thing. I care about the truth. I care about people. I care about the truth. And so
Here comes the threat.
I want to know people's story and be able to provide information that's helpful to getting the truth, but I don't want to mess with people's lives.
You're looking for the truth.
I won't be any part of fabricating stories or pushing narratives.
How can you do what you're doing
Well, I'm a psychologist. I basically get hired kind of like an investigator but I go, and the attorney they know me. I go for the truth, and if they don't use what I find, then it is what it is. But I don't spin things, and that's been my business. My business has been surprisingly good for business, because attorneys know they can't control me. But if I do find something that's helpful to them, it tends to weigh heavier with the court, because they know I don't bullshit. But I told him, because I didn't know anything about the case. I'm not local. I didn't grow up in Tennessee. And so the name sounded vaguely familiar. And then when I looked it up, I recognized her name. But no, I took the case on the contingency that I'm not going to be a hired gun. So I went and talked to Zach in jail, and I don't know. I don't think he did it, but that doesn't mean that Terry did. I know
I know for a fact that Terry did not do it. Who did it? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I know Terry didn't. Because he was here with me. He didn't do it. He was here with me.
You're different than I expected you were going to be. I think just reading it and some of the stuff that people said in the video, you seem like you're pretty tough and you wouldn't put up with much. So I'm glad I came and talked to you. And I'm so sorry to just roll up here, but I didn't have a phone number. But yeah, I don't. I don't have I guess I'm in Nashville. I forgot that phone books exist. I grew up in Nebraska. I grew up in a very much similar to this, but
in the mobile home with the pole barn roof over it, cell phone doesn't pick up, so I still got a house phone.
Yeah, I haven't had a house phone in probably 10 years, but my mom still does, because you know, out here in the country, the cell phone, sometimes you can be out here in the yard and the cell phone don't pick up. Exactly.
It's just that's very sporadic, sparse, and all that stuff. So
no, my parents have a landline because they can't. The cell phones don't pick up out there. That makes sense. Do you think Terry would want to talk to me, or would it be an intrusion? I don't want to intrude on somebody that, you know.
I don't know. He would have to answer that for himself. You would have to go about it. Of course, you can't call him.
I have permission I could go interview him, like I could go meet with him, but I just don't want to.
But if he don't want to talk to you, I don't care if you got permission or not. He ain't.
Well, yeah.
If you don't want to, he don't have to.
Yeah, and I don't want to put somebody. I mean.
Right, but see, I think if he knows you're for the attorney representing Zach, he doesn't have that lady attorney anymore.
No. Thompson?
Jennifer
Jennifer Thompson?
Jennifer.
Marsha.
Both attorneys were Jennifer.
Yeah.
You got the whole
Nichols
Brady
and-
bunch
Same
coming in
first
here.
name.
Mhm.
But
Does he think Zach did it? Or does he
he don't have. I don't know. How would he know?
just, I mean, everyone around here seems to have an opinion.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He just knows that he didn't.
Yeah. Do you think he did it just from being around here? And do you think
I don't know.
they got the right?
I rented movies to Zach. I went to school with both of his parents, but I don't know him.
Yeah.
And they say that he's a dope head and all that. I know people on dope can do some.
Yeah. I could definitely see him doing. Yeah. Well, and I don't want
You'd
to.
have to.
I don't want to go in under false pretenses, and
Right.
I would want
but
him to
you
know
have
the truth.
Form it in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Like let him know that you're after the truth, and you just want his point of view, side of it, or whatever. Just go from straightforward.
Yeah. And that's really what I mean. Like you talk to enough people and get enough every time. Every person I talk to, you get a little bit of a richer understanding of it.
But as my dad always said, there's 3 sides to a story: yours, mine, and the truth.
Yep. Mhm. Yeah.
Everybody has their perception.
Mhm. Yeah.
But that doesn't mean, okay, you come up and say something to me, I can perceive it as you're mad at me.
Yep.
But you don't necessarily have to be mad at me. You could just be upset or something.
Yep.
And it just comes out that way. But I perceive it as you're mad at me.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're mad at me.
Yeah.
But I can perceive it that way.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That isn't necessarily the truth.
Exactly.
It's my perception of it, but
Yeah.
that doesn't mean it is.
Yep. Well, and I think, when something tragic happens, if people they want an answer so badly that I get it, like you'd want to, and I do get, with Terry's history, people aren't going to be very sympathetic to him. With Zach's history, people aren't going to be very sympathetic to him. And I don't think I think people are people, and you can't look at somebody's piece of paper of somebody's history. There's more to people than that.
His mom. Yep.
But some of the things that I've told you that like the cell phone and all. And they're saying he's stalking blonde females. That's all bogus because it's just my scratch paper, and my phone was on the charger.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What was his? How come he was so? I thought it seemed kind of suspicious how he was so leery to say the cell phone was his. Is that? But I can also see he'd be defensive when people are accusing him of things, and it's just a guardedness. His cell phone, he was saying it was your cell phone, and he would just.
It's in my name.
All practical purposes, though, it seemed like he was guarded, and I could see it both ways. That it could be defensive, or it could just be that you're used to people trying to attack you and trying
He's
to.
used to people trying to attack him, using things against him.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
There were 2 cell phones, but they were both in my name.
Mm-hmm. How come he didn't have one in his name? It was just.
He didn't have no credit or anything.
Oh, yeah.
Ma'am.
Wait, did she say he doesn't have any credit, even though they're getting burner phones where you don't need a credit line?
Well, and we all know the reason why he didn't have one. He wasn't supposed to have one. So they had to do it on the down low.
Well.
Sex offenders and the internet,
Those sex offenders.
And she could have just said we needed multiple phones. You guys are saying it in the chat. I saw a few chats. And just so you guys know, we can see a hodgepodge of all the chats, but we can't respond individually to all the channels. So some of the questions it's difficult for us to type in the chat and answer right away. But you guys in the chat are pointing out oh, is that why she had different cell phones? They had all these different cell phones because they had no service out there. Janet could have said that right here. That's why they have all these different phones. And she didn't think of it. She didn't think of that reason.
I don't think you buy 7 different burner phones because you have a receptionist.
Oh, just a time. Just a time.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with me. I'll give you my card, and then
Your
I-
second attempt at
if
an
you
exit.
care to give me your cell phone number, I can call you and give you
Her landline, her
as much info
landline,
as
not her cell.
I'd like to just let you know. I just want to make sure that I won't get.
I
I'm allowed
understand.
to.
You want to, but you don't know how much you're allowed to say
Yeah,
without.
I
understand.
But I wanted. I want to tell. I'm so sorry. I assumed they'd come and talk to you. So I feel bad.
I'm in the dark. I'm like a mushroom.
Well, I'll if nothing else, I should be able to. I can't imagine I can't. So I'll follow up and at least kind of keep you updated of what's going on, because I'm a firm believer that the truth is the truth, and there's nothing wrong with telling people the truth.
I don't.
That's
Very
weird.
often.
Okay, what's your number?
I have it on silent.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'll send you a text message and I'll follow up after I can. It's very nice to meet you. Thank you so much for letting me come by. I know I'm always I grew up in the country, and we were always suspicious when someone's driving up the road. It's not like when you're in the city.
I noticed it going by slow and turned around, and then it pulled in the driveway, and a truck went by, and it just sat there and sat there and sat there. Well, are they needing help or?
Well, I saw the dogs, and I wasn't quite sure.
Well, it says Martin on the mailbox. After all these years, it's a mailbox that says Martin. This is Britt.
Well, and I saw the dogs, and I've always been a big dog person, but I got mauled real bad by a dog a little while back, just because
she'll lick you to death.
Yeah, I mean, they seemed really, really sweet. You are so sweet. And you have the husky eyes.
Girl rival, 100%. You have to.
She must be.
All the motivations why someone is answering the way they're answering and saying what they're saying. Pro Rival 3124 says somebody needs to consider emotional intelligence here. It seems she wants Katie's approval, so she lied about his reason for no cell phone. I just think that's an incredibly brilliant comment, because you have to be constantly thinking of all the different motivations, desirability effects, confirmation bias, all the reasons why someone might be giving you an answer that is either, truthful or not, or somewhere in between. That's all about understanding the motivations.
I thought it was interesting when she was talking about perception and how things are perceived. She was almost like yelling at you at that point. I was like, why are we talking at this elevated level on this particular topic? It was unusual compared to the baseline of the rest of the conversation. It was weird to me.
I think that is an incredibly astute observation of a sympathetic nervous system activation, engaging when someone might be a little nervous about something.
Mix.
I got her from the pounds. They said she's a shepherd mix. Terry wanted a German shepherd. Okay, a German shepherd. You know what they look like?
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Okay, so he saw this in the. I was getting him the Lexington paper. He saw this little thing about this big around, and it said shepherd mix. He says she needs a home. She's been there for so long. Go get her.
Oh.
And I looked at her and said, okay. She doesn't look very much like a German shepherd to me. But they had this thing where you could take them for a week, and if it didn't work out, you could return. So I did that. Okay, and I brought her home. See, she's got the shepherd tail.
Yeah, you can see she looks like she is a mix.
Yeah, but I told him, I said, she does not look like a German shepherd. They say she's a shepherd mix. I said, she's beautiful, she's friendly, she's just as soft as can be.
She is super sweet. You are so sweet.
But
you are.
I said, but she does not look like a German shepherd like you're wanting. But I got her anyway.
You're so sweet. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
But she wants to come up and put your hand in her mouth.
Yeah, I had a.
She doesn't bite, but she just
the mouthiest.
And I've been doing my best to try to stop her from that, but I ain't got her fixed yet.
How old is she?
I think she's 3.
Oh, you're still young.
Leslie's right.
Yes, you're still young. I have 2 Great Pyrenees at home, and
she loves to go for a ride in a vehicle.
Oh yeah.
Don't let your door.
I'll watch. I'll watch. You're a sweetheart. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Not much of a guard dog.
Well, I mean, they do okay. Because you look like you could be tough. They did kind of give it away. They looked a little too happy. Yes. Nice. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll follow up. Feel free to reach out anytime, or if you
Jen, down.
it doesn't bother me at all.
She doesn't need to because she jumped up on me at the wrong time. I don't know if
Yeah.
she jumped up on me. Oh,
You're so sweet. Yes, you are.
So threatening. Last chance to threaten
Thank
someone,
you very
Katie.
much. Have a nice evening.
Damn it. She didn't do it.
She's like, please don't murder me, and I hope the recorder worked.
So,
Dadgum, you threatening, intimidating, overbearing woman.
How
yeah,
dare
I don't think we
you.
even need to do a
Estrogen,
straw
I
poll.
just can't help it.
Alana, do you think there's a threat?
No.
Let's
I've
There
been
we go.
threatening to
The
Lana.
whole panel.
Like, Lana, have I not been more threatening to you?
Yeah, this is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, what the state is a fool. They've been a fool since 2011, though. This is absolutely crazy, and I mean, wow.
But check the affidavit. I want to refresh what we started with, what we were told we were going to hear.
Hold on, wait. I've got a lot of
A 10 or
tabs.
15-minute conversation. Yeah, okay.
And Lana, you made a good point in the chat that nothing has changed with the prosecution office with the
It's the same.
because they're pulling the exact same shenanigans that they were back in 2011 and 2014 and 2017, and here we are. It is now 2026, which I think that was on display in the post-conviction relief hearings. That, I mean, I paid attention to Judge Bradbury a lot, and there were some times when he was writing notes that he stopped, and you could tell he's pretty hard to read, but he would stop and look like, am I really witnessing this right now?
I think the last part of that affidavit was a joke to say that, and if this was recorded, the recording will show that. I mean, you have some nerve to write that, and I don't know how this is not how is this not defamation? I mean, how is this
Perjury.
I tell you,
perjury? Yeah, it's perjury. I think, but how? I mean, you came for this woman's career in
defamation against Katie. No, it is. It is.
Like, that's what I'm saying. How is this not defamation against Katie? I mean, this is libel. This is unbelievable. This is perjury. This is defamation per se. This is sick.
when you get a phone out and because she exchanged numbers with me, she offered me her phone number at the end of that before I left. I was leaving, and I think that
she
may
called
have been
your phone.
We may have cut that part out because just to get the phone numbers out for.
It sounded like she called your phone because you said my phone's on silent. So.
Oh, well, I had gotten my phone out and she gave me her phone number and I put it in my phone. But I think the fact that I got my phone out and put it in, and I'm very, I'm not hiding the phone at all, and I'm letting her see that it.
Because you got that second phone. Yeah, we know your moves now.
So, what if you wouldn't have been able to record this, though? Do you see how sick this is? If you wouldn't have been able to record this, and then it's what? That just stands as is. You know what I mean?
Wait, did Bob not tell you the exact same thing?
Tennessee's a one-party recording state, which means you can record any conversation of which you're a part of. In general, from an ethical and moral standpoint, I would never record someone and then publish the conversation without their knowledge, whether it's legally permissible or not. I just feel like that's kind of shitty. I wouldn't do it. Now, when you cross the line and you contact the TBI and say I'm threatening you, then it's like, well, let's just put the truth out there and we can see.
And I don't know that it wasn't the prosecutor telling her to call TBI, because
I think that's what it was.
Did Bob tell you the same thing happened to us? Did he already go through all of this? This happened with me, and they said I threatened and intimidated a witness and went public with it. And the same thing was that they called made a report through the police. So I think the way this happens, and it's standard protocol, they tell the prosecutor, hey, the defense attorney, the investigator, the whoever contacted me, and then they just say, okay, go make a police report about it.
I think
Allie,
that's exactly what happened.
Was there a
I think
police
he was
report?
definitely encouraged to go make that report.
Allie, is that the case you got kicked off of?
Yes, that's the Anthony Garcia case.
I so want to have you and Bob on my channel and talk about that.
I'm sure we'll do it. We love to support other channels.
That's the Dateline one.
Yes, don't believe everything.
That's why I want you
Dateline.
on.
Dateline
Is
shit.
because
After that leak, Dateline's shit on my book now. Like I used to like enjoy, Dateline can lick everything.
My sister called me after watching the Dateline, and she said, "I just want to ask you a question. When you were saying shut the F up, I don't know what language you use on this channel, was that like a, shut the fuck up, like excited?" I said, yes. And they changed. She's like, I knew it. Like she said, she could tell that it, like, they changed the order of things and then they sped things up. And then like, they had me like throw something in the garbage can at the end. And I did throw something angrily at the end in the garbage, nowhere near all the other stuff. But it was after I said, I don't know why the F the press is in here. Why are we doing this? Because Bob and Bob wanted to invite them in. I'm like, have them leave. This is ridiculous. And I threw something into the garbage
I just
can.
watched it and I was like, man, that lady is a bad donkey right there.
No, basic.
Bad
James is a piece
donkey.
of shit. So,
But yeah, they pulled the same thing, and luckily we had a recording. They went to the press with it that I was intimidated witnesses, and then I had to go to like the ARDC. No one knew that was like taken back and proved otherwise. And my ARDC questioned me about it, and I was like, oh my God, here's the recording. Like nothing remotely like that ever happened. So I think that's like their MO, and it's like must be in like the police and or prosecutor training course 101.
You mean the MO is being afraid of transparency and what would actually be heard if somebody happened to have a recording of something?
Oh gosh, I wouldn't want that.
No.
do we think there's any chance here that Janet Britt, obviously, I mean, she can read, but do you think that she was forced to sign that?
This.
I think she was probably pressured in general just to
Do you think that she
this.
because obviously she remembers everything that happened? Okay.
Yeah, start at the end. I don't know if she recorded it, but if she did, it'll be just like this affidavit. Okay. Let's go back and look. Let's check that. Let's check that fact. I can't wait.
I mean, this is
almost
this
like
is true.
Sure, I'll
This is
sign
true.
this. Like, I better not
I
be
need to
in
tell you
any
guys
trouble
something.
with this.
tonight is when Jennifer Nichols is finding out it was recorded. She didn't know
Yeah.
until tonight when we released it. So
But-
y'all are hearing it at the same time she is. Hey,
Oh,
hey,
hi,
Jen.
Jennifer. We call you the penguin because of the way you walk.
Let me tell you guys something. We just listened to Dr. Spirko talk to someone for an hour. This is by far the most relieved and happy I've ever been at the end of Dr. Spirko's hour-long interview of someone I had to listen to. So
Because it's not live and you've already heard it.
No,
I'm
this
just
proves
saying.
everything in there, and you were a complete gem. So
Well, that's the case with all my interviews.
mhm.
it seems like Dana's
All right,
saying
so-
other
1 through 8, we're good.
This
1
is
through 8,
true, right? Yeah, we're
true,
going
true,
good.
True, right? Yeah, true. Okay, let's give her 9.
No, well, she did ask questions, but let's also highlight this is true the way it's worded. She asked questions
Yeah.
about the evidence taken from my home, but she's leaving out. She's omitting the context of I have the
Right.
shovels. Let me show you the evidence and tell you
Right.
how it was taken.
And it took him forever to get it back to me.
I know all the Miss Spirkos, because why wouldn't you just say my first name? It's just this has
Or call you what you are, Dr. Spirko.
Nichols written all over it.
10 is not
Yeah.
true.
Did you record the April 3rd meeting or the December?
Yes, I have it somewhere. It's much shorter, it's just a few minutes, but I have it somewhere.
So where does this affidavit say she threatened her?
Or where? Or what about even like 10 though? Like you didn't say. I asked her if she would leave the new evidence with me to review, but she said she could not. You said you didn't know. You had to find out. You didn't say that. It was way more like, I don't know if I can. I
what I
want
can
to.
give her, and I didn't know what I could give her, so
Yeah.
I was gonna ask.
Give her a
Um,
yellow.
So I think that's.
That's fair. Yeah, I'll take a yellow. I don't know what yellow means, but I
Oh
trust
no,
you.
I would say that, but she didn't. but she could not. I think that's not true. But she said she could not. You said you didn't know.
And I didn't.
And you didn't say you were going to come back to show her. You said you would text
could
her
or
Change
phone.
numbers. Yeah, I think that's not true.
My secret power is my resting confused face. And it comes from a genuine, I mean, most of the time I am actually confused. I don't know. So I didn't know if I could give it to her or not. So that's what I said. It was real.
And
I also think I think the presentation, the reason I say yellow is because I think this is just mishmash at the top. This whole she said there was new evidence in the case. You were trying to talk about, like, you know, there might be things to review.
I mean, she was acting like she didn't know he was a sex offender. It's like, well, I mean, that's pretty publicly available. I'll just Google his name and I'll put that in a manila envelope and there you go. It's easy.
And then Spirko begins texting me. On Sunday, December 17th and December 18th, I received several text messages. Again, this is an omission issue right here. We're acting like, at this point, we're not talking about how it's a two-way conversation.
Right.
That you're just blowing her up.
Just
come on.
Where are you,
Janet?
Janet?
That one lady that sent like 1 million text messages in a night and then she got arrested. It wasn't that lady.
Oh. And then I provided her text messages to Brent Booth and Kathy Ferguson, special agents with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. The text messages I received and my responses to them are attached. So did she send all of the conversations to Brent Booth and Kathy?
I had no idea. I'm curious if this is pre or post Brent Booth's retirement, because there's a pre-retirement stage where he is ostensibly working as a TBI agent, and there's a post-retirement stage where he is retired but still going around Parsons with Kathy Ferguson pretending to be a TBI agent, getting all up in my business.
I have a question.
I know, Brent. I know what you're doing.
I have a question. If you wanted to start, like, if you're supposed to go and make a report on your own about this alleged and witness intimidation, wouldn't that be given to actually not them, but like the officer that's taking on this new incident report? So that you get what I'm trying to say? Like, if this was to be like a new thing.
This is the first witness intimidation situation I found myself in, so I don't know, but that sounds reasonable to me.
Right. In theory, it would be her.
So it just seems weird
local
that
police
giving
department.
them to these people. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the move here is keeping it within the confines of this case. They're worried about what this would all mean for the purpose of this proceeding. So on Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024, Katie Spirko showed up at my house again. We did not have an appointment, and I was not interested in speaking to her. You said it was shorter, but she spoke to you, right?
She definitely spoke to me. I don't remember how long it was. Off recollection, I'm going to say, now I have the date, April 3rd.
She says this is 10 to 15 minutes, which
That
I
sounds
thought was
about
initially about
accurate.
that longer conversation. So then this one's actually, we can give Janet a little green.
I would give her that.
Yeah, she gets a green.
No, I think she was interested in talking to me, but
Oh yeah, that part too. Let me highlight that. I'm thinking green for this other part. During
We'll
her
give it
visit on April 3rd, Katie Spirko told me that she was working pro bono, which, you know, cool, but why is it in quotes? Why is that the thing in quotes here? As if she doesn't believe it.
So she's quoting herself. Right.
Wait, but we weren't listening to April 3rd, right?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
but it
that
comes up in the one that we listened to that you say that.
you don't want to waste your time, yeah. That you don't, you used a term for it, Katie, but you don't just like go in and try to work for people that you don't think are truthful.
oh, like a hired gun that I wasn't working.
That's what you said. That's what you said in the December one. And that she knew that Zach Adams was innocent. We talked outside in my yard, and during that conversation, Katie Spirko told me that my husband, Terry Britt, will be charged for Holly Bobo's murder.
Wait, when did you say that to her?
I guess I missed that part.
Yeah. Just like I'm still upset because I'm still upset that Nichols made me think for a short time that I could subpoena people.
Hell no.
I got so excited when she accused me of that because I thought that meant I could do it.
Wait, so was she not quoting you on any of the time that you were there and she actually talked to you? Or is this time?
No,
This is now
appears-
April 3rd.
Yeah, she's
So like December. What's the date of the interview?
December 17th.
Yeah. Okay. So you go back. She's saying that you go back there, and
I
on
went,
your.
I went back and we talked for like 10, 15 minutes.
So she has nothing to say about the time that you were there on December 17th.
For an hour?
Over an hour, yeah.
So there's nothing in this affidavit that is talking about December 17th.
Is that
Right.
first?
pretty
section
much.
talking about it? I don't. Yeah.
Wow.
That's right, Lana.
Do you think she agreed to have you come back over so she could try to say you
This
did
is
something
mind-blowing.
threatening?
She didn't know she was coming.
Yeah, I just stopped by. Like we were in town.
Okay.
I literally stopped by and I was like, hey,
Hey, Jan.
hey Jan,
How
I
are
can
ya?
drop some off for you if you'd like, but I won't. If you don't
Still
want
have
it."
Martin on your mailbox.
I was gonna say.
How are the dogs?
Just so you know, Terry Britt's gonna be charged. See you later, girl.
And then you tell her she can be arrested as an accomplice.
Like,
Oh.
I don't actually know.
Wait,
Would that be
what?
anything new anyway?
I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I wouldn't know.
I mean, it's possible if there's some evidence, she could be arrested as accomplice.
But that she can help me get an attorney.
I very clearly let her know that I wasn't law enforcement or anyone who had any authority to decide. Or
I'm sure not in a million years did you offer to help her get an attorney.
How did all this happen in 10 minutes?
Yeah,
she's
that's
over here
a good question.
petting
Wait, where did
dogs.
she use the word threat? Didn't she say that you threatened
So that's
her? Oh,
that's
that was
in
what
the
the
filing.
prosecutor said. Okay.
And
all right.
this is an OCR. I should have done that. How do I get rid of my marker?
Or
But it
you're
was
in the
something about
affidavit, it was
intimidating.
in the pleading itself.
Yeah, maybe that's what I was talking about. Where does she say that at?
It was
Is
only
this
meant to
Amy's- is this Amy's
intimidate.
filing?
Yes, I can drop the link too. Let me put this in the private chat in a second.
Oh no, you're cool. They just doctored this all nice and good. They have nothing to say about the whole 1 hour you were there, but then you managed to go there for 10 minutes, and that's when all of this.
Well, that was definitely that was definitely me ending that trip early because I had other things to do that day, and I felt rude not stopping by and saying, "Hey, Jan."
Yeah,
I can
girl,
vouch for that. When Katie goes to Parsons, she makes social calls on
Right.
everyone.
So when Katie, during this meeting, she offered to show Miss Britt what she described as new evidence. No, she said, I need to find out if I can show you anything.
I'll say I screenshotted it. I think I even used it in a clip in one of the thumbnails I was going to use. It's in the pleading. It's something to the extent of that this was being done to intimidate Janet Britt was the wording. And it might have actually been in a reply because, right? There
Well,
was.
she's saying that in the December one that you said you worked for. That you.
I don't think this is the pleading, but there's one where they drop a footnote and insinuate that Doug is lying.
Oh.
Well, then there was the one where they insinuated that you were like pretending to be Doug to the
Yeah,
princess.
they also suggested that
Oh.
I had misrepresented myself to be Zach's lawyer. These people went off the rails making
Those were more recent, right? That was in like 2025.
Yeah.
Allie,
And so
somebody in the chat is saying you're going to be live in 15. I don't know what that means. I'm just
Oh, Bob and I are. Yeah, and I remember now
Wait.
you played the video of the prosecutor saying that she was threatened. That's what the prosecutor said at the post-conviction proceedings. She was threatened.
And there is language in the proceedings, but this extends for a while. This war over silencing Katie Spirko, back and forth replies and oppositions. But it wasn't. It's represented as intimidating Janet Britt. And I will share. I'll refresh the description on this video with a link to this pleading that we looked at and make sure you guys get it. Before you have to go.
Yes.
I would like to, and anyone else, I cannot tell when things. This one, for example, I know is for me because there's no paperclip. So big thank you to She Likes Texas becoming a member. Who doesn't see, if you're looking, can you guys see the starred chat? When you guys are looking at the live chat versus starred chat, can you guys as panelists toggle over to starred?
Yes.
Can you guys see Pammy? Who does not see a paperclip icon near Pammy?
I don't have any paper clips.
No paper clips.
No one
I
has
don't know.
paper clips?
I don't have paper. I think you're the only one seeing.
Hers is blue. Pammy MC is blue. The rest
Oh wait,
are
I have
green.
one paper clip.
Wait, you have a paper clip?
I see someone saying I'm like Turtle Boy. And that makes
Like
sense.
I know that Julie O, which was like the third comment, came from our chat because I was in our chat when she made it. And there's no paperclip that I
Okay, so that one, that's what you want to look for. So anything that doesn't have a paperclip is for you. So, and we read this one out, but let's say thank you. Shout out Julia, was always awesome to see in the chat.
Well, we've got Krista Lex Aegis, who's a new member. Sarah B. Creative, who I know, member for 3 months. Happiest trimester to the Matas and all. And then Krista Lex Aegis gifted 12 Defense Diary podcast memberships. 20. Sorry. Jeez. Sorry there. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity.
Super generous.
So I see no paperclip here, so I'll say Clisson Pink. Hey, Dr. Spirko. So, and oh no, so see this Clisson Pink is with you because he or she
Yeah, I don't have a paperclip for this Kiss
gifted
Pink one.
5 not Williams memberships.
Thank
Am
you,
I missing
KP.
this paperclip? Where are you supposed to see a paperclip?
I don't have. I don't.
That's
have
weird.
that either.
So I guess really I've only ever done panels with like 2 people. So maybe I deduced incorrectly that paperclips show for the opposite person. So guys, we're gonna have to figure this out.
I think that's it for me, though. I think that's it.
I see one of them for K Schmidt 8, gifted 5 Truth and Transparency memberships.
There we go. Thank you, Kay Schmidt, for gifting 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. And do you have no paperclip on that one?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
I can see it on my end on the 20, like when I'm in the starred section.
Well, this is the wonky nature of a StreamYard simulcast,
Yeah, this is my
but
new
it is
pa-
awesome because we get to do this and everybody gets to have their chats going. And ultimately, I think it gets the content of what we're talking about out to more people, which is really what matters. So thank you, Kay Schmidt, for gifting those 5 Truth and Transparency memberships.
She's
I know Chuck was in here dropping like a ton. So right here, right after those Kay Schmidt, over here at Cat Not Williams, we had 10 and 5. So big thank you to Sheriff Chuck. We had a super
Sheriff Chuck
here.
kept going. I see multiple 5s.
They're going to keep going.
Yeah.
He's sprinkled them through. And then Pammy, this was a 23 month. So this is coming from one of your channels. So that's awesome. Pammy has been a member for 23 months somewhere out there in the ether. Says, oops, where is the 2-year badge? Almost there. You're almost there, Pammy. One more month. Pokemon has actually had the 24. So 2 years
I don't
here.
know. She could be members at multiple channels, but I know Pokemon well. So
I think that's from you.
I think it is too. Right there with you, Pammy. Do we not have a 24-month special thing? I guess we got to figure that out. But thanks.
So
for your
Pammy
continued
wouldn't
support,
have it yet.
Pokemon.
Pammy has one more month, but Pokemon might have it. So. And then Amy, thanks for becoming a member over here. Big thank you. Welcome to the KNW gang. We've gotten these. We have KP also said that Katie is goated for this, and I think we all agree. I think we all co-sign.
Yeah.
We have another 5 gifted from Sheriff Chuck, so big thank you there. We have Real Tractor Mower saying, was JA really in med for self? So I think that's talking about Jason Autry.
He was really put on a ventilator on March 18th when he was set to testify on March 21st. And the story leading up to that medical event is sus, to say the least.
Yeah. And guys, there's so many more layers here. And again, a great place to start is the Trial and Error podcast. But every person on this panel has done some type of deep dive. And every conversation is something new. So make sure you're checking everybody out. We have Kelly here saying... And we also got Chloe in the name, which is funny because everyone's talking about Chloe the dog with the German Shepherd mentions. But Dr. Spirko is Zach Adams' turtle boy and both falsely accused / charged of witness intimidation, ironically. Well done. Keep spreading the word. It's badge of honor now.
I mean, I'd rather be Turtle Boy than Auntie Bev any day. So I and I will try to live up to the namesake.
Well, thank you so much, Kelly, and great commentary there. And then Sheriff Chuck with 2. It's going to look the same on the screen, but it's really 2 different, another set of 5 gifted memberships each time for another 10. So super, super thank you to Sheriff Chuck. And thank you for always your insight, your commentary and your insight, especially when it comes to things relating to, searches for human remains, these dogs, what they're capable of, what could go wrong with them. It's been extremely insightful to have you in these chats for the Zach Adams stuff and some other stuff as well. So major, major appreciation there. And Katie, I passed along his email if you ever want to talk dogs.
Sheriff Chuck, do you know what Chuck Norris's favorite element is from the periodic table?
The
element of surprise. But
I was gonna say, don't make me go back to school. That was a long time ago.
Well, I love it. Anyone that's watching now, I will drop
well, we want to thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having us
so much.
Great job.
And I think we're about to go live on Aaron Spencer is what we're doing.
I'm gonna
Very
go grab
cool.
my kid.
I'll set up a redirect to we'll set up a redirect over to Defense Diaries. So anyone that wants to hang out with that's in my channel, you'll get carried over there. But if you're not here, type up Defense Diaries. Go check out their stream. They're about to go live. Thank you, Allie, for jumping on and swapping out with Bob.
All right.
And
it was
again,
great.
We'll direct over to you. We'll see you in a minute.
Thank you.
Diaries, Truth and Transparency, Misdemeanor, Cat Not Williams, and us.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, guys.
Lana, I wanted to. I sent you an email. I don't know if you got it or not.
Oh, when did you send it?
When or where?
I definitely did not. If it was like anytime recently.
Yeah, just in the past few days. So,
Take a look though.
I wanted to hook up on Teppy.
Oh yeah, sure, we can.
Cool. I don't know when.
I don't actually. When I type Defense Diaries, I'm not getting their redirect, guys.
What do you know? What email did you send to the Mind Challenge?
Yes.
Okay. Is it under
Ms. Janet Demeanor? I'm the good Janet. I have to tell you all, between my name being said so many times and it wasn't really directed at me, and the dogs, my anxiety was like at 15. And I am not an anxious person.
Just be happy you're the good Janet.
I am happy. I am good Janet for a lot of reasons.
Many reasons. You will always be the good Janet.
I'm not going to have.
Can you put your email in the private chat? Because I don't see it, and I'll just message you really quick through my email, and then we can set up to do that. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, and in the private chat, I just dropped I call it the PCR document dump. The Tennessee court website had a media page. They kind of pulled it down, so some of the stuff is still there, but you can't just access it easily anymore. So that's a dry folder with all of the documents for the post-conviction relief hearing that they made available. They weren't uploading anything after July of 2025. So it's not fully complete. I'm dropping that in my chat as well, but that way you guys can share it with your own audiences if you want. I have the redirect set up to go over to Defense Diaries, you guys. Any final words besides the do the YouTube things, like, subscribe that we've already gotten from Katie?
I want to make sure. I haven't gotten it yet, and I don't know if Kinsey is the one that needs to send it. I need to know where
Thanks for having us.
Followers can send letters to Zach and Dylan.
Oh, I will post. Kinsey, don't let me forget. Kinsey's watching. Kinsey, make sure that we put that up. I'll get you that by tomorrow.
Yeah, I definitely want to have that out there for
everybody. They would love
everybody.
that, both Zach and Dylan. I'll get you that
of course
right away.
And that's all I have. And tell everybody, like I always do, make good choices.
Yes. Have a good one, everybody. Have a great one.